Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know. Blessed be the Holy and Undivided Trinity, now and forever. In this new year, you shall win some and lose some. Yes! You shall prosper some days and regress some other days. You shall rise after you are defeated, and you shall fall after your victory. Yes! I pray that your wins shall surpass your defeats in weight and in numbers. Yes! That is what I wish for you. Even as God clears the limitations on your path, more will come. Of course. You shall rise and fall and rise again. You shall fail and rise and fail again. And again. For that is the natural path of everyone alive and doing something. You shall not be stagnant, because that is not the natural state of any living thing. Yes. You either progress or you decline. You will weep when the season of weeping comes, and you will be joyful when the season of joy comes. Ooh. I pray that you shall see all the normal seasons of life. Yes. I can tell you right here that a lifetime of happiness will only kill you. Ooh. Anyone promising you no weeping is also denying you joy, for only the dead are isolated from the seasons of joy and weeping. Yes. You cannot have one without the other. Some days you shall be a wonder to the world. Some other days you shall wonder about your place in the world. You shall struggle some days and triumph some other days. Yes. The enemies and the wicked shall continue to target you. It shall not end as long as you are alive. Yes. If it ends while you are alive, check very well. You are dead. Yes. Just like you are targeting others, so shall you be targeted. Remember that the wicked are not from outer space. They are you and I. Yes. Sometimes we are our greatest enemies, and sometimes we inflict our ugliest wickedness on ourselves. This new year, look in the mirror and tell the person you see to change for the better. Yes. And watch the world around you change too. That is my prayer for you. Say amen. Amen. Say amen. Amen.
Where some criminals paraded themselves as bishops. I'm sure you saw them. That is the level to which the criminal leadership of this country have descended into. You see, like beget like. Those who send them are like them. That is impersonation of the highest order, and they should be arrested and tried. That is how Yeshua, bankrupt of mentality, bankrupt of capacity, bankrupt of any trace of leadership ability, these people who want to rule Nigeria, that is what they carry. But their end has come. Their end has come. They will never see the light of day. They will never smell the palace of authority. Anybody saying amen, say louder, amen. You want to cheat to lead. You want to lie to lead. You want to kill to lead. And your platform has led for 7 to 8 years. And the only thing the country got was bloodshed. Killings, banditry. And you're still pushing yourself forward, bankrupt of mentality, bankrupt of authority, bankrupt of capacity. Reasoning zero. Yes, Papa. Hey. You need to see their communication. You can pick nothing out of it. It is not under our watch that the worst will rule over the best. It has happened before, it will never happen again. Somebody say loud amen.
Whoa, you
You smoke Igbo, you drink whiskey, you visit Joe Colombo. You smoke Igbo, you drink whiskey, you visit Joe Kinjagwa.
Blessed be the holy and undivided Trinity, now and forever. Amen. Umokolobia, enwel makuko moga kolono, kovanu, anasi, kayinelo, aneku, kudo, udo dilono, kayibile. Otu sentie, yay, onaga kwa, onaga. Hey, church don't scatter. I say church don't scatter. Una hear waiting the Archbishop of Canterbury, Justin Webley, talk. I know. the thing way shock me be say, this thing happened 6 years ago. I just dey surprised, say, I just dey hear him today. The Archbishop of Canterbury talk say, no, he man come formally apologize to Nigeria's Bishop Samuel Ajayi Crowther. The Archbishop talk say, Bishop Ajayi Crowther no receive nice treatment from the Anglican Church when the man of God be the first African bishop. Hey, the Archbishop can't acknowledge, say, racist missionaries no treat Ajayi Crowther well at all. Known as the father of Anglican Church for Nigeria, they born Ajayi Crowther in 1807. In 1864, he come become bishop. Now the same year where the man come get doctorate of divinity from Oxford University. No be small man. Oh. Okay, make I start the story from the beginning. Mokorobia, enwel makuko moga kolono, kovano. So, Ajayi Crowther, now former slave. When he did 12 years in March of 1821, Fulani slave raiders come capture him and his family and come sell him to Portuguese slave traders. No be today these Fulani slave raiders start. Before they take him, come go Americas. The British, wey don abolish transatlantic slave trade, come stop the ship. They come free Ajayi and the captives and come take them to Freetown, Sierra Leone. Now there, Ajayi come learn English, come become baptized. He come go England, where he go school. He return to Sierra Leone and come continue him education for Anglican mission schools where they there. And later, he come become a teacher. Now from there, he come make him priest after he show them say he get skills. His first mission, now for Abiyokuta. He come learn many languages. He ended up becoming great linguistic, translator, scholar, and mission teacher. Now he produced the first Yoruba Bible. He also come produce Yoruba dictionary. Hey, the man try. When he come when they want make the man bishop, other missionaries talk say Africans na savage, say one of them no fit be bishop. Hey, they talk say the man no sabi wetin he dey do. They plan against him, sabotage his work and his mission. They threw everything for the man. At one point, they accuse and say his heart be as ugly as the armpit of that big brother Niger housemate. Wetin be her name? What on? That one. Now that one make the man come resign. Yeah. As soon as the man resign, the man come get stroke. Come die on December 31, 1891. Before they even born Nigeria. Yes. They come replace him with white bishop. Preaching at the Thanksgiving and repentance service, marking the 150th anniversary of Bishop Ajayi Crowther's ordination, Bishop Justin Webley talks say, and I quote, "This is a service of thanksgiving and repentance." Yeah. Thanksgiving for the extraordinary life which we remember, and repentance and shame and sorrow for Anglicans who are reminded of the sin of many of their ancestors. Yeah. We in the Church of England need to say sorry that someone was properly and rightly consecrated bishop and then betrayed and let down and undermined. It was wrong. Yeah. Bishop Ajayi Crowther's grandson, Herbert Macaulay, come play major role in ending British colonial rule in Nigeria. That one, revenge. May the peace that passes all understanding be and remain with you now and forever. Amen. This little nuts of mine, I'm gonna make them last. Oh, this little nuts of mine, I'm gonna make them last. Oh, this little nuts of mine, I'm gonna. Someone is first timing me. Someone. Hey, my grandson, Udoka, how are you?
Hello, Grandpa.
Kedu?
I don't know. What are you eating?
Oh, I have nothing left at home. I'm eating Aku, palm kernel. That's all I have at home. Now I eat meal without meat. Aku without ukwa.
Mbano, that's not healthy.
What can I do? Eh? Can you please help me beg your father? Beg your father this Christmas to help me. Things are hard. Prices of things up, energy up.
In duck, Grandpa, I'll tell my dad right away.
Biko, thank you, please, thank you, Biko. These little nuts of mine.
Dad.
Hey, Udoka, Keri Keije.
Grandpa is suffering in Nigeria. He needs your help urgently.
Udoka, how did you know he's suffering?
We were just on a FaceTime call. He looks so skinny now. His stomach has shrunk and it's flattened.
His stomach?
Yes.
Let me see. You know what? I don't care. Look, that man, I give him money, he will go and use it to buy tobacco, and that's it. I give him money, he will go and give it out to his friends. And I give him money, he will go and marry a second wife and talk. No, I don't care. Whatever is happening to him, I don't care.
I have a solution.
What?
Go to Help Me Waka and they'll send him any food item that you want to give Grandpa anywhere in Nigeria.
Help me
Waka.
Really?
Really?
Help Me Waka, the people that run errands for you. This Christmas, help your people. Go to Help Me Waka and order items for them. They will be happy. Please, help them.
Hi, I'm Adeshewa Josh, and I'll be leading this course on how to package like a pro. It's about writing and producing news packages for international broadcast news media, a skill in high demand worldwide in the journalism profession. Unfortunately, it's hard to find good training, and that's why I produced this course to provide you with tips and tricks to help you get started or to perfect what you already know. In this course, you'll learn how to put together a news story and to become the go-to source for packages on the stories happening around you. Package Like a Pro will help you turn your news gathering hobby into a money-making gig.
Hello, it's Saturday, July 23rd, 2022. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. So, on the show today, we're going to talk about two topics. One, Atiku's interview with Arise TV, where he spoke about Peter Obi and Tinubu's Muslim ticket, and also on his thinking that 90% of Northerners are not on social media. Our topic number two will be about the United Nations. They told Nigeria this week to release and compensate Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the IPOB. So we will get your view on these topics and a lot more on this week's episode of the show. As always, Have Your Say is for you, and we want you to have your say. We will now invite people who have joined us to have their say.
Through APC. My fundamental disagreement with Asiwaju since 2007 was on the issue of Muslim ticket. That was my fundamental disagreement and departure politically from Asiwaju. Remember, I came out of PDP on the issue of zoning, and together with Asiwaju, we formed ACN, and I was given a ticket in Lagos, and he insisted to be my running mate. And I said, no, I'm not going to have a Muslim ticket.
There's something called the obedient movement that is gaining very serious momentum. In your private moments, do you feel sometimes, oh, maybe I should have invited Peter Obi back? But basically, how much is Ifeanyi Okowa bringing to the table?
This is a guy that is very brilliant, very well educated. He started political career from local government to a commissioner, from a commissioner to a senator, from a senator to a governor. So in terms of all political parameters, he really has got the experience. As I announced in my statement, I am seeking for a vice president who from day one can be a president. He is intellectually brilliant. So these are some of the reasons why I picked him.
All right. Welcome to the show, Kayode. Welcome to the show. How are you today?
It's been a long time.
I know. How are you? How is Houston?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, our first topic today is about Atiku Abubakar. Atiku Abubakar. He had an interview and he aired his view on several issues. So, have you seen the interview?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how do you think? What do you think about it? How do you think he did?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Atiku did not address the pertinent and major political issues Nigerians want to hear. Because people, they were asking you, what are your plans for your people? And most of the responses were centered or concentrated on the other candidates. Peter Obi this, Peter Obi that. And if you look at Atiku critically, maybe he has to go and he should go back to the drawing board and actually do his own work perfectly before he comes to the public space to come and ask for people's votes. Because most of the accusations that Obasanjo has levied against him, up till today, Atiku is yet to address them. The issue of not being able to travel to the US since 2006, Atiku has not said anything that is, critical and that is convincing to actually tell Nigerians that he is a man of integrity to follow. That's one. Secondly, I see him as a political parasite. Atiku will go to any party he knows he can be recognized and given, position. Comparing Atiku and somebody like Wike, people in this studio, who will you say has more integrity? Because Wike has been in PDP for several years. And this guy will always tell the public that he will never leave PDP. Maybe tomorrow he can change his mind. But since, as far as I know, Wike, he may be cantankerous, he may be a very troublesome person, always trying to, give people what it takes to let them know that it's relevant. But I respect the guy for his integrity and for being somebody, a man of his words. To be brief and to the point.
Okay, hold on, Kayode.
Before I leave now and give room for other people, I will say that Arise TV interview is a ruse, as far as I'm concerned. Atiku is here to tell us what he wants to do for Nigerians. Peter Obi, none of them is my candidate anyway, but if we want to be sincere and objective, that guy has good points. He has good objectives. He has manifestos that he wants to sell to people. We may say it's not his for this time, it's not ripe for the presidency, but looking objectively, I would say he has what he knows what he's talking about. And that is why you see his movement and his profile rising by the day. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Reggie, welcome to the show. Reggie, can you unmute yourself? Okay, Reggie, while you do that, let's go. Can you hear me, Reggie? And try to reposition your screen, your phone. We can't see you. Okay? Reggie, where are you joining us from? All right, let's go to OC. OC, welcome to the show. OC, can you hear me? Welcome to the show. Can you unmute yourself, OC? All right, we're having difficulties with several people. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Doctor, can you hear me?
Who is speaking?
Doctor, can you
hear me? OC? Okay, all right. OC, how are you?
I'm okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Where are you joining us from?
I'm calling you. I'm joining you from Aba.
Aba. Oh, very good.
Oh, wow.
That's very nice to see somebody in.
No wonder I said good afternoone. I was wondering. I said this guy must not be in the US.
That's very good. So, what's going on in Aba today?
Well, everywhere is calm. Everywhere is calm.
Everywhere is
calm.
And
I want to, yes, everywhere is calm.
Okay, go ahead.
And the issue of politics is concerned.
Yeah.
But the way I want to comment is the issue of Atiku and the interview on the
Arise TV. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You know, according to the man, Atiku in question, to him, he wants to serve Nigeria. But to us, the citizens, we know that he's not coming to serve us as a president. He's coming to serve himself. Because if he's coming to serve us, the interview that was conducted, he will tell us how he's going to serve us. The issue of economy, talking of the removal of subsidy, I was expecting him to emphasize much about the subsidy removal, how he's going to do it. But that he was taking us far from the time of him and Obasanjo. You know.
So you were not impressed?
No vision at all his speeches.
Oh, he didn't address the matters.
Many questions. Thank God for Abati. The man was intelligently answering him questions. But he himself was not articulated as his name is in answering those questions.
Atiku is not articulated.
Atiku is not articulated. Bad guy.
He's not articulated in answering those questions. That was a reasonable question thrown to him that needed a reasonable answer. And this is politics. All of those questions was throwing him because Peter Obi had been interviewed in that station before. Had been interviewed in that station before. And many points was Obi raised many points. Hence that issue of subsidy is concerned. And the issue that Obi raised during his own turn there was touchable. And listen, why Nigeria is agitating against subsidy is that when you remove subsidy, what are you going to substitute with subsidy? Because the issue of such, for instance, now the maximum this thing they are giving us next year subsidy is going to take 6.something trillion naira, which is already taking our 30 to 35% of budget next year. How are we going to survive? But during the time Obi was saying that if we can be able to remove this subsidy and channel it in the issue of education and also in the issue of health, people will not complain. Now you are paying for subsidy. How many people are making use of those subsidies that you are paying? It's still them that are on top.
All right, Osi, stay with us, okay? Stay with us. I really want to talk to you about what the UN said to Nigeria about Nnamdi Kanu and whether that news got to Nigeria and what you think, and other things going on in Imo State. So stand by. I will come back to you. Let me just get opinion of Raji and Alexi, and then I'll come back to you. Raji, welcome to the show. Can you hear me, Raji? We can't hear you. Can you? You're now muted. Okay, Raji, you have to work on your system. I don't know where you are. Maybe you can rejoin, and let's see. Janaba, welcome to the show. Janaba, unmute yourself, please. Okay, good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. How are you?
Yes. So, Janaba, the interview, Atiku's interview, we're starting with that topic. There was a point where he said that 90% of Northerners are not on social media. I know you are from Benue State. Do you agree?
Not really. What did he mean by that?
So what do you think about the interview in general?
He said what politicians are supposed to say. He's not there to go and defend.
He's not there to defend who?
He's not supposed to be defending Obi or trying to boost him. Here, politician is to demonize the other, and that's what politician does. And I think he did well in terms of casting doubt on on people. He does not have the House, the governors, and the lawmakers. So that's what politician does. So he did well on that.
Yeah, but you had OC and Kayode saying that they were not impressed, that he didn't tell the Nigerians what he plans to do. Were you impressed by his performance?
I've said this before his interview. Politicians for years promises that they never deliver. So what difference does it make that even if I articulated everything well and say I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and he win the election, does that mean he's going to deliver? Are we not live enough to see how many times politicians tell us they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they never did it? So.
Okay. All right. Alexi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Rudolph, and hi to everyone.
Okay. So, what's your impression of Atiku's first outing? Because he has not granted interview in a long time. What is your take?
I think I was a bit surprised because I could see that he is aware of what's going on out there and it's affecting him. In other words, he knows it's not as usual the kind of race he had to run in the other elections. He's not alone in that. So that atmosphere affected his ability to answer the questions they asked him. But he was careful also not to offend in the process. So it was a reluctant interview for him. He was reluctant. If he could, he would have avoided it. What they believe in is all the work they do at the vaccine, not coming out to explain anything, because that's a big challenge to them. The question asked, they were also careful with him. I think they respected him a little bit too. So I can give him it's not a failure mark, but something more superior is going to come from people like Obi if you put that in comparison. Even Kwakwanso did a little more than what I saw Atiku do this time. And the questioners were more careful with him, though. That's my impression.
All right. Stephen, welcome to the show. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay, good. Can you tell us where you're joining us from, Stephen?
Yeah, I'm joining you from London.
From London, okay. Nice to see you.
Pleasure, really.
Did you watch the interview?
Well, I think I watched the recorded one.
Okay. What was the impression?
In fact, I was disappointed.
Why?
I think, in fact, he really didn't answer the questions satisfactorily. And as far as I'm concerned, I think, well, he's still the same old Atiku. He hasn't changed. So I don't think he will make a better president. That's for me, anyway.
Yeah. All right. There was something he said that people picked on, which was about 90% of Northerners not being on social media. Now he's saying it in the context that people, obese people, or Tinubu's people are just making noise on social media. That he has people who are not on social media who will come out and vote.
Can I just say something about? I think that's self-indictment, because this guy was a VP for how many years? Well, I mean, he has just called himself a zero. That's it. If you cannot better your Northerners for about 7 or 8 years, he was there. So what is he going to do different? He's definitely going to do nothing. And again, he said he did what? His master's in Dubai. And this is a man that has got invested in Nigeria. Come on. He was so stupid to have said those things. I'm sorry to use that word, because an intelligent person wouldn't say that. You got invested in Nigeria, you couldn't do master in your own university, but you claim to have done a master's degree in a Dubai university. Come on, who does that? I don't understand that. Even if he decides not to do it in his own university, there are other private universities in Nigeria where obviously he would have done his master's degree. So what is he trying to tell us? No better universities in Nigeria, and you want to rule the same nation? And you have been vice president in this nation for 8 years. I don't understand.
All right, let's hear from other people. Eddie, welcome to the show. Eddie.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Eddie, where are you? Where did you join us from?
I'm joining from Atlanta, Georgia.
Georgia, okay. All right. So what's your impression of Atiku's performance?
I'm sorry, I don't think Atiku is right man to lead that country right now. You know,
why?
Here's why I think so. Like the last commentator said, he's been vice president he was vice president under Obasanjo. Together, I don't think they did anything for that country. Now he's trying to come back. And he's been trying to come back all this time. He hasn't been given the opportunity. He's jumping from all parties just to be able to be the flag bearer. Once he's not given the opportunity, he moves somewhere else. Now he's trying to come back again. Say he wants to be the leader of the country. A leader of the country which you don't even, he has no plan for that country. Just like you're saying, during the interview, when he was asked a host of questions, he couldn't give any proper answers to it. That's because he doesn't have any answers to it. He doesn't. All they just want is to be the president, sit down in that office, do nothing, steal more money. Only God knows if they want to take with them to heaven. Because as far as I'm concerned, him and Tinubu, there's nothing to write him about. The problem why we keep getting these people as flag bearers boils down to how they are being chosen, which is through those delegates. I keep saying it. They need to break that stuff, because you can't have a certain individual who has been paid off to vote, paid off by who you're going to vote for, to go vote you as a flag bearer, giving the people no option when the time comes to elect a leader. Let the people decide. It's like you're talking about Atiku not being able to say anything in the interview. If it was left to the people on the primaries, during the primaries, to elect who is going to be their flag bearer, he will go to the people and actually explain why he wants to go there, and not just sit down on his chair and throw money around to whoever and say, okay, let me go and be your flag bearer. Because when he gets there, he's going to steal that money back. Which is why we find ourselves where we are today. All the leaders, all of them are corrupt.
All right, Eddie, thank you. Stand by. Okay, let me hear from Reggie. Let's see if I can get Reggie to speak to us. Reggie, welcome. Reggie, we are still not hearing you. Go ahead. Try again. Okay, no, we can't hear you, Reggie. Let me go to Ifoma. Ifoma, welcome to the show. Ifoma, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Yeah, good morning. So we're happy to have you. So what is your take on Atiku's interview? Is there anything that you were impressed about?
What does the interview get to do with the election coming on? Of course, I think I listened to what Eddie said. This is the same old thing going on. We know Atiku is not doing well. I don't know if anybody saw the video sometime, was it last week, where they literally had to put on the seatbelt for him. Atiku is sick. What's his name? Tinubu. He couldn't even remember the name of his party. And we're still sitting down here talking about the same old people over and over again. And what are these people going to do for us? The same people have been in power since, God knows, since I was born. I've literally have the same people in power. And Nigeria is getting worse and worse and worse. Yes, I know people are criticizing Peter Obi. I don't expect him to perform miracle. Let us try somebody else. Even if you don't want to vote for Peter Obi, let us try somebody else that is not APC and that is not Atiku. In Nigeria, in a country of 200 million people, we don't even have common electricity. The least of the thing we are asking for, electricity, we don't have it. Let's not even talk about healthcare. Let us not talk about, roads. Nigeria is the only country that I see people contesting for election. They're telling you they're going to give you water. Are you kidding me? Almost everybody has borehole in Nigeria. Almost everybody has borehole. You're talking about the road. We're going to fix the road. Under 2 months, the road is damaged. When I'm not even talking about the security. That one is just like, we don't even have the answer to that. My only concern in, if Peter Obi get into power, what is it going to do for anybody who gets into power, whether Peter Obi, whether Tinubu, whether Atiku? But to be honest with you, I don't think Atiku or Tinubu is going to do anything in terms of security. My concern is if Peter Obi gets there, what is he going to do? Remember last week I said, I think it would be better, in my own opinion, I'm not a politician. A lot of people are talking about regional government. I think it will be okay. Let everybody go and try this on your own and see if it's going to work. We live in a federal system of government. It's not working for us because we have a lot of things that divided us based on religion, based on tribalism. So even if you put a Muslim ticket, you're Christian, we have something to say. You put we talk about, look at ASU. Let me jump to ASU. Nigeria, since February, we're still talking. All these politicians, none of their children's schools in Nigeria, all of them are in abroad. So they don't care. If they feel the pain ordinary masses feel in Nigeria, I think they will be doing something. Let me jump to Kweremadu case. All his children are in London. Who will you talk about? Buhari's children went to London. All these politicians, their kids are in London. Their kids are here in America. So tell me what you think they will offer you. What's the other guy was saying that Atiku is going to unite Nigeria because he married all over the tribes in Nigeria. Is that what we're talking about? Marrying 20 wives? Serious?
And the question is, what plus is that adding to the development of the country? It's very annoying.
To be honest with you, sometimes when these
very frivolous reasons,
I wonder whether they have it together. I'm confused. Am I the only person not getting this right, or they are the ones not getting it right? So, I think it's time for the youth to come up, and I just don't want to be a social media campaign. I just want, to people actually vote. I wish I can vote. Unfortunately, most of us here are in diaspora, will not be able to vote, but we can encourage people back home to do something. If we miss this opportunity, Peter Obi was saying something, there is no money again to share. There is no money again to share. How can you attract investors to come to your country to invest? We don't even have any, I don't think we literally have anybody investing in Nigeria. A country won't come on electricity, which is the easiest thing that can attract investors to your country. We don't have it. Then how do you want people to come to your country to invest? So everything is just damaged in Nigeria. There is nothing you can even talk about. I don't know. But I just hope, 2023, we'll see where we go from there. Okay.
All right, thank you so much. Reggie, you are back. I want to try you one more time, but if you're in the studio and you want to join us, please turn on your camera. If your camera is not on, we have to get you out to give room for other people to join us. All right, Reggie, go ahead.
All right, hello, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Where are you joining?
I'm joining from South Sudan, Juba, South Sudan.
Oh, very good.
Wow.
Juba, South Sudan.
South Sudan.
I have a friend who lives there. Okay. What's your take on Atiku? I want to ask you a question about South Sudan too. Go ahead. What's your take on Atiku?
Okay, for the Atiku's interview, I watched it. I don't know whether there was a live version. It was pre-recorded.
Yeah.
It might as well be premeditated. As far as I'm concerned, what we saw there was a sham. And even though it was pre-recorded, the answers to the questions were not really something that Nigerians we need. The Nigerian problem was not addressed. The Nigerian problem is the fact that the center of Nigeria or the Nigerian government has been created in such a way that it depends on one person for the country to move on. You understand? We have big democracies where they have had bad leaders from time to time, but because of the structure on the ground, the damage that these leaders will have on the country will be limited. And this is where the Nigerian problem is. I'm not seeing any of the candidates, including Peter Obi, with the passion to restructure Nigeria, with a real passion. I need to see passion in the leaders, that people that are trying to verge for the #1 position of Nigeria, to change things. From my understanding, from what I see, the federal government system that we are running right now is something that it benefits the guy on the top because he has ultimate power. And most people that get there will not want to restructure because this favors his own work. For instance, Peter Obi had a good run in Anambra State. I saw his record, he did well. But because the structure of Anambra State was not attended to, was not changed, was not fixed, the next guy came in, saw a lot of money in the Anambra state government pocket and had a largest for it, of it. And nothing has changed after that. So I'm sorry to say, I respect Ruben Abati a lot and Tudun, but they made a fool of themselves in that interview with Atiku, If Atiku wants to be leader of Nigeria, he should start acting like one. He should start going for interviews, live interviews in the studios of Arise TV. We saw Peter Obi in the studio of Arise TV answering live questions. We need people like that. We don't need things that are state managed, and we don't need to see, if he's a big boy and people have to visit him at home, he should stay back home. If he wants to be Nigerian president, he's badging for the #1 seat of Nigeria, he needs to appeal to the masses of Nigeria and show some passion and some love that, okay, this is what I'm coming here to do. Sitting down at home and telling us that he's going to start coal generation of electricity in certain parts of Nigeria, whereas we have gas stations that have been built that have not been working. He said it himself. And instead of, if he becomes president, of going and continuing those gas stations and ensuring that they are working, he's going back to build things. If you look at that interview and how the guy sounded and the answers to those questions, 3 things will come to mind. 1, he doesn't really care. This guy wants to be Nigerian president because he's rich and he feels this is the next point of his life. You understand? So I think if he really wants to be our leader, he needs to come now, and we need to see passion, And if I'm not seeing that passion and you want to tell me I'm a big boy, I'm going to be your leader, then he ain't going to get my ticket. I am going to be in Nigeria I have a PVC and I'm going to vote. So I'm still looking at all these candidates. And to be sincere with you, the person with the best competence I have seen is Peter Obi. But still, I need to start hearing what he's going to do differently. The youths have to come together and start signing because we need to be able to hold them accountable after the election. So we need to start finding ways to do this and ensuring that when these things happen, what we fix this country will be put at forefront, which is the restructuring. Any government that comes into Nigeria doesn't restructure the country is wasting our time.
Thank you so much, Raji. I'm glad that you stayed and you were able to air your
nice contribution.
What I want to do now is I want to talk to two people. I mean, everybody here spoke a little bit about Atiku, but in the unique places there, I want to get, because I don't know when next I'll see Raji or OC. Raji, let me come to you first. We read stories about South Sudan. I don't know what you do there, but can you help us to understand what happened in South Sudan? Because there are implications for Nigeria. So, for instance, when people say that we want to do a nation, we want a Biafran nation, we're tired of Nigeria, people make reference to South Sudan and say things like South Sudan, they got their nation and they ended up fighting a war that should be a reason why they shouldn't have the Odua nation they wanted, or the Biafran nation. What happened in South Sudan and what are they doing? What's going on there? Why did it break down after they got their independence?
Okay. So for the question of why I do here, I'm a telecom engineer with MTN South Sudan.
Okay.
South Sudan is 11 years old. They did their independence about a week ago. One thing I would like to say categorically clear is nobody in South Sudan is regretting that they have broken up from the main Sudan. They have some level of freedom. The South Sudanese people differ very distantly when it comes to culture with the people in Sudan, Khartoum. And they were ruled with a Islamic kind of laws where they were not able to go out and have like drinks on the pubs and dress the way they want. And it really affected their lifestyles and their freedom because they are mostly Christians here in South Sudan. And the largest thing they have taken out of being an independent country is the freedom they have gotten. But that they have ethnic crisis, yes, they do have ethnic crisis, and it's mostly due to resource control. Okay, let me address the pre-independence. There's something that happened pre their independence. The guy that fought for the independence of South Sudan mostly was John Garang. John Garang was a Pan-Africanist. He never wanted South Sudan to be a different country. He wanted economic autonomy from Sudan. That was the strategy that the guy came in with. And this was somebody that understands the strength of power. He understood that we can be the same country, but still economically be different. You understand? And that is exactly what Nigeria needs. But along the line, he died, and the country was some selfish individuals took over the country, like the story in every other African country. And we have what we have today, South Sudan, and there's a struggle for resource control. They have 5 vice presidents, and there's so many. When it comes to the governmental stability, you cannot say much about it because I cannot see the government in South Sudan changing in the next 10, 20 years. They are not ready for an election, but sincerely, they mentally in a better place than they are before they left Sudan.
Okay, thank you so much for making that clear. OC, I want to come. I don't know how long you will stay with us, but our next topic is about the UN and the statement they made telling Nigeria to free Nnamdi Kanu and compensate him for kidnapping him from Kenya, and that they wanted Nigeria to report back to them in 6 months on how they have done that. Is that story playing out down there in you are in Abad, I believe that's what you said, in Abia State? It's in Vanguard newspaper today. You can unmute yourself, OC. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes, it is really broke out down here. And the 6 months that the United States gave Nigeria to us is too much to compare the damages that Nigeria have caused the young man in question, Carlo. Because you can't tell me that unlawfully you can kidnap somebody from Kenya and keep him high tortured for months before bringing him down here in Nigeria outside his own way. It's very bad. And on there also, talking about the our Nigerian judiciary is not helping matter, hence that case is concerned. You can't tell me that you are accusing him that he jumped bail, former bail that was granted to him. What is the reason why he jumped bail if I thought he did jump bail? Military came to him, invaded his house to kill him. He ran away from his dear life. And 28 people were shot dead by the Nigerian military. And they did not deny this. And they are telling me that the man in question jumped bail. And do you see the wickedness of our Nigerian leader? Okay, for over how many years you have been tracking the man, according to them, like Mohammed. You have been tracking him for how many years? And you are not able to track Boko Haram and swap them that have been troubling Nigeria for past years.
Okay, one last question before we go back to Atiku's conversation with the new people that joined us. In Imo State, there were 14 people that were killed recently, I think last week. You are near Imo State in Abia. What are you hearing? What's going on there?
Imo State in particular is my hometown. But the issue is that, it's alleged that it's the Abubakar that killed those men. And it's painful. I must say it's painful. And
but the governor said it's a DSS.
That's what makes it so painful. When government try to use it as a political issue, that what makes it more painful. It's pain is not that they have gone, it's what makes it painful. But what government is using it to do. How can a sitting governor say that they are criminals and DSS that carry out the operation, while everybody knows that it's not DSS, it's Abubakar that did it. And government said that it's DSS. And those men in question, they are bandits and criminals. Okay, let's take it this way. If they are bandits and criminals, and you met them, they are not with arms, they are not with guns, they are not with machetes, they are not with knives, they are not even with ordinary sticks. You shot them dead. Why can't you arrest them and question them, interview them? You shot them dead.
All right. Thank you, OC. If you can stand by, okay? We'll come back to you. If you cannot, we appreciate your time. Ejikeme, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah. So we are having a conversation on Atiku's interview. I don't know if you were able to watch it and what's your view?
I haven't watched the few interview. I've seen a few snippets here and there where people are commenting on certain aspects of the interview. But what I could glean from the few clips I've seen so far is that it was a sham and a stage-managed affair. It is a measure of his candidacy and what is on his program, which is basically nothing. That he doesn't even have the confidence to come and answer unscripted questions. They had to actually go to his house, from what I learned, that the venue was, his living room. So he kind of invited Arise, and how these things work. They give you questions that they're going to ask, and he looks and approves the questions. It wasn't even screened live. They had to edit the video after to make sure that embarrassing stuff doesn't come out. But then still, he doesn't cover himself in gold with the answers to the questions. So it shows the man has got nothing upstairs, basically.
Okay. Thank you so much. I was going to go to George and he disappeared now. Let's go. If your camera is on, we can go to you. Otherwise, we take you out from the studio. Okay, so just this for everybody. Anybody who can weigh in. Okay.
Doctor, let me say some things about what we are all saying. I'm privileged to have pastored people of Nigeria
Go ahead, Jonaba. Or
Hello.
Jonaba is gone. Yeah, go
Hello.
ahead.
Hello.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Whether from New York, where I met you, and down here where I am in Texas, our problem is bigger than one politician who want to become our president. If we do not address our problem from the grassroots, the politicians will always take advantage of us, including the pastors and the traditional leaders. It is not a magic and it is not going to be a quick miracle. If we want to fix Nigeria and we really want to do that from the system we have in place, we don't grow from up down. We grow from the bottom up. They should start replacing the governors, senators, and lawmakers, the House of Rep. Then they can go to Abuja and eventually turn things around, which is not going to be. Are you with me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, which is not going to be a daybreak issue. But what we have in Nigeria, for instance, if Peter Obi become a president of Nigeria, after 4 years, what is going to tell Nigerians is my hand is handcuffed, my hand is tight, because he has nobody, the LP in the house. And what we are all clamoring and hoping for is the frustration with APC and PDP. Not that Peter Obi have anything to offer differently. Peter Obi was a PDP few months ago. And the fact that he switched party, and I understand whatever you say he did in Anambra or don't do, it's all politics. It's a talking point. The last, let me say this before I go. The last conference meeting he had in the open place, when they asked him about the infrastructure, he talked about Nigerians' infrastructure should be the Nigerian people and not the road and the healthcare and on and on. Our road is a death trap. Our hospital is a life support. Our airplane is managing until you go down, until you landed. So the infrastructure is talking about that is on Nigerian people. I don't see that. Nigerians are well educated around the world. So it's not lack of education that is holding us back. It's lack of good leader and the system we have in place right now that cannot help any Nigerian to move forward, whether it's Tinubu or it's Atiku or Peter Obi or someone else.
All right, Jonaba, thank you so much. We have a few people that just joined us. You want to say something, Jikeme? Go ahead.
Yes, yeah. Before I shoot off, please. I'm sorry about that. I heard because I had to park somewhere, but I was listening to the conversation while I was driving, and the point was made about restructuring. I think Obi has answered that question on Arise TV when he was asked by Rufai, "Are you going to restructure the country?" He didn't quite give a crisp answer, but he gave allusion to the fact that he's in favor of restructuring. But I think at the forefront of his program for the country is to make every part of the nation viable first, because that's when restructuring makes sense to those regions that are not producing much. So his mantra of from consumption to production is let's get all the part of the country working first. When Sokoto is working, Maiduguri is working, our solid mineral and our agricultural resources are actually productive, then you can talk about a restructuring that makes sense to everyone. Because if you're saying restructuring and resource control, whereby one part of the country is going to cut away all the resources and somebody is left broke, they're not going to vote for that. But if actually Sokoto turns around and Katsina turns around and see that they're producing more than Bayelsa, they're going to be asking for restructuring now because they don't want to be feeding Bayelsa, basically. So if the whole country becomes productive, I think it makes sense then to throw restructuring on the table, and everyone is going to go for it. That's my last word. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
We are discussing Atiku's interview with Arise TV. Did you watch it, and do you have any opinion?
Let me say, I watched it a little few times, but I got all I needed to. I don't need to watch all the interview, but I got the basic information I needed to.
Okay, so what did you get?
What I get is media is the problem. The media is the problem Nigeria have today. The media are deceiving the people. Maybe exclusive of damage this your platform because we are getting the raw information.
So do you think that because this is something that is happening now, I think people feel that it was staged. What made you feel that the interview was not authentic?
When I look at that interview, when I look at that interview with an Arise television, immediately I was not able to see Rufai. I know it is staged. And when you look at that interview, let me ask you, Mr. Damage, if you are an Arise staff, right? You go to Atiku house and you want to interview Atiku. Can you ask Atiku Nigerian? Can you ask Atiku question about the real problems in Nigeria? I'm just asking you this question. Can you?
So
Okay.
this is wait, let me explain this because sometimes the media is blamed a lot. But first of all, someone has this computer on and we're hearing a lot of speed. If you're not speaking, please can you mute yourself? I try to mute everybody who's not speaking, but I keep hearing that. All right. So my thinking is that when you want to interview presidents, sometimes the presidents will say you should come into their office or where they live to interview them. So in most cases, you have to oblige. The president might not come for security reasons, might not come to your studio for an interview. The other reason might be that they want to give him the same courtesy that they probably give the president because he was an ex-president. I don't know the thinking behind it, or probably something like that. But the point is that people have identified that there were a lot of cuts in the interview. So he will be asked a question, he will give an answer. You see, there was a jump, there was something that was cut off. So it wasn't a live interview. So people would have preferred to have it as a live interview, even if it's at his home. I understand what you're saying in terms of if someone is in your home, you may not be able to ask some questions because you are in his house. So these are negotiations, but I think the other
Okay. So why I asked that question is that why do we go to office to do our job? We go to office to do our job so that one, we won't have distraction from people and from families. Two, we don't have to fear anybody in order for us to do our job. For Arise Television to pack all their tools and move to Atiku is not a president. It's unfair to Nigerian people. Nigerians have been waiting for Atiku interview and Tinubu interview. And the journalists from Arise TV went to Atiku house. They never asked Atiku the problem we are facing. And whenever they ask Atiku question, they have fears. When you look at their body language, it's fears all over them. You will start asking yourself question. Is it the same Arise that interviewed Peter Obi and the same Arise staff that are interviewing Atiku? When you look at that interview, you will see that the constructive questions that they asked Peter Obi, they never asked Atiku that question. When I stopped watching that interview was when they asked Atiku, how did you make your money? Atiku told Nigerians, he made his money by buying 5 Peugeots. And what did he do? He gave it to some drivers, they caboo from point A to point B. That is how Atiku became one of the richest men in Africa. So today, I have more than 15 vehicles. I'm not even a millionaire.
So this is what Atiku told us that made him a millionaire. So I can encourage anybody here, get 5 Peugeots and give it to drivers. You will become a billionaire.
All right.
So,
All right.
Yes.
Sir, before we move forward, I have this comment to pass. Thank you. Let's go. I don't know your name, but I can see let's go. It's a pertinent question or point that he has really raised, Rudolph, and you will agree with me. Some of us are media personalities on the show, and we know what happens in a little way. What Arise TV did was a question of integrity. They have really marred the confidence of people in them, because Peter Obi and other aspirants or other presidential candidates, they are equal before Nigerians. And if they are representing the interest of the people they want to lead, and they actually want to convince us that they are coming to serve us as they have always professed, I don't see any reason why anybody will feel, let's think about it, fellow Nigerians on this show. If Joe Biden wants to do any media chat or wants to meet Americans, he won't stay in his house or even in
White House.
He will come to the studio.
Right.
That has happened severally, even Donald Trump. So I see no reason why somebody will feel comfortable, because like some people have said, when you go to the house of a public figure to conduct interview, one, there cannot be objectivity in that interview, because the journalists that are there will be afraid to ask some pertinent and very sensitive questions. And at the same time, the personality involved, I mean the interviewee, will take over the interview, because it's like it's the one that is going to dictate.
Okay. Kaide, thank you so much. Let's hear from other people, and then we can come back to this topic about the media and their role. Paul, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So we are discussing Atiku's interview. I don't know if you saw it. Were you impressed? Did it change your opinion of him?
Perception?
Of course, Doctor. I believe everybody has spoke my mind. I just want to take the opportunity to say one or two things, then run away. I'm in the junkyard. It's so funny. We all see the interview, though, as a media person, Doctor, which you know, that's a paid interview. So when it comes to Arise is going to get a lot on their pocket. Then probably also Tundu and Abati also going to get a lot, because when you see that interview, you even know that they even shape it like the ways that we'll ask you this question and we are expecting you to give us this type of answer. That's a script interview. It's a paid interview. It's not something that you catch somebody off the blue and you give them some certain questions that you take them off their feet. You see the Omoyele Sowore stuff that they said that he will just come contest and go, when you and I know that Sowore have not left that country. You understand? And we all know what Sowore is going through. And then Tundu or Abati cannot even rebut it and said, no, if there's anybody that keep leaving the country, it should be you, not Sowore. Sowore is in the country. He was just lucky some 2 months ago to start leaving Abuja. He was restrained, confined to only Abuja. He has not seen his family for years. You understand? Which they know all those things. It is the height of stupidity, my brother. Dr. Damage is that they like Brad Envelope too much. That they like
Dr. Damage.
Yeah,
Dr. Damage, let me stay in the other room and watching. I'm in the junkyard, so I don't want the noise to be disturbing others.
All right, thank you. Paul. Thank you.
Yeah. So what I want to add is that after that interview, did you watch follow-up interview on Arise where Rufai came in?
No, I didn't.
Did you watch? Okay,
No,
please go back. If you have chance, go back and ask when Rufai came in. So I begin to ask questions. Why was Rufai not part of that particular interview? Because when you follow up after that interview, you will see where Rufai was was telling Abati and the lady what they're supposed to be asking Atiku. He was so mad, his body expression, the way he was talking to them, and they couldn't even say a word because they have failed. And believe me, since this Atiku interview, I end up watching Nigerian channels. Channels arise. They are all propagandas. They are all sentiment on Nigeria, and they are the one deceiving Nigerians. They are the one deceiving the country.
Okay,
Thank you.
I will try to get a button and see if he will join us on this show next week. On Kalata, welcome to the show. Kulata, welcome to the show. Yeah.
Hey, Dr. Damages.
Yeah.
About the interview. Well, I mean, why is everybody surprised? Arise is there to make money. They're business, right? And Atiku is a politician, so it's a symbiotic relationship. And you can't compare that interview with Obi's interview because Atiku is not in the same position as Obi. Obi is an upstart politician in this election, so he has more incentive to try and get as much media space as he needs. So Arise definitely gave Atiku, from what I can see, they gave him the questions for him to prepare. And Atiku only had like two main jobs to do, to come out as being presidential. And I think he pulled that off with carefully measured answers. And also to show that his age that he still has some intellect. And he demonstrated that. So you can't compare Omoyele Showere's interview and Obi's interview because they're both not in the same space. Atiku already has like a solid structure. He's not desperate. He can carry his interview to TVC or to channels or to wherever. So Arise has more incentive to go after him. It doesn't help that Arise did not push back. That was Arise not doing enough job. But what they could have done better was, they can't do on the spot fact checking because that would be difficult. But after the show, they could have fact checked the hell out of his answers and come in, like lay it out. But you can't blame Arise, which is a business trying to make money. At the same time, Atiku too will negotiate the terms of his interviews because he might as well not do the interview. It doesn't affect his popularity. So both of them were just doing each other favors. And that's how it works all over the world. Even in America, before you see some interviews, they go and meet Trump or Obama in their house. So there's nothing new here. It just depends on how desperate you are to get an interview. And Atiku is not is not as desperate or is the same position as Obi or Omoyele. So I think everybody just needs to look at it from that perspective.
Thank you. You said some important things, but also it's important to know that there's a media responsibility to the people, even though it's a business. You as a member of the media, you are expected to bear in mind that you have that responsibility. So you are not going to, because your credibility is on the line. What they did, Rise, what they did, people moving forward are going to be doubting what they're seeing on the network based on what happened in that interview. So it's more than just a business. Media. That's why.
But Arise, what can you blame Arise for? They ask questions. To some extent they had some follow-ups. So they did the barest minimum that you cannot blame them. So it wasn't like out and out blatant because this is worldwide. Before people grant interviews, some of them may request that I need to get questions so I can prepare my answers. It's not all interviews that are impromptu. We need to acknowledge that fact.
Of course. It's true. I said that most of the things you said, they are true, but it's also the media. You have that responsibility. That's why constitutionally you are allowed to question people. You are allowed to be in that position. That means that you owe the people something. Anyway, thank you so much. Okija, welcome to the show.
Hello, guys. Ladies and gentlemen.
We can't hear you very well.
Is there okay, no woman there. Okay, good day. Oh.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. So we're talking about Atiku's interview. I don't know if you saw that. And what's your impression?
I mean, I don't know. Has he impressed any before? So what do we expect? He said, he came and his talking points and said things he knows he can do, he doesn't know how to do. That's basically what it is. A lot of you guys, talked about our rights and what they did. The same group of people Abati and Tundun that interviewed Buhari, the same, pampering Buhari, like a baby, and then the same people they sent again. And they usually what they do when they do interview like this, they call their comment section, they turn it off so that people don't comment. And I don't know why they don't send Rufai, because Rufai, he's a hard hitter. He doesn't take hostage, he says what he wants and he doesn't give about anybody, So that's basically, I think, like the other last commentator said, he's not looking for votes. He knows, where he's getting his votes, that those people, they don't care about policies. They just care that, he's Warikina Adamawa or whatever. So he's been there that, it is his turn, basically, the same thing the other guy, the other old man, said. So, but they'll be shocked, because younger people will be looking for answers and they're not going to find them, give them answers to their questions. So it's to his own detriment, if they arrange the interview and said nothing. It was, new voters, they are savvy right now. They care. Because I've asked some people in Nigeria, people who were never interested in the election, go and do your research. Someone called me and I was talking with someone. I was like, who are you going to vote for? She doesn't know. I said, okay, go and do your research. They come back to me. Then she went and they did her research. I said, I'm voting for Peter Obi. I said, why? And she started saying things, Peter Obi, said. And those are the things, she wants the next president to take care of. So basically, about Atiku lost, and we still have about 6 or 7 months to the election. And I hope Peter Obi will grant more interview. I hope people like what's his name, Atiku, and the other guy, they will also open their mouth and grant interview so that people will see that they're nyash and say that they have nothing to offer. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. Let's pause a little bit and look at it.
Commitment for us as members of the active.
It's hot. Guys, it's hot too.
That's Tinubu forgetting the name of his political party. And we are now.
I forgot the name of the party or what?
Yeah, he forgot the name of his political party. So now for the media, I think one day we'll have a conversation on the media, and I will get some of these.
This is embarrassing, man.
To come in, because I think part of the thing is that people don't understand a lot of things with the media. I'm not defending the Rise TV and how they conducted the interview. Every interview is different. It depends on who you are interviewing, the situation of the person in terms of their set of things in the country and their role, So, but the point I'm making is that the next interview, and I can tell you guys, everybody here, that the invite has been out for months to get someone like Tinubu to go on all these TV stations, all these platforms for an interview. And I can tell you that he hasn't accepted any. That's why you have not seen it. Everybody, I would be interested in interviewing Tinubu if he will come today. We tried on 90 Minutes Africa to get his own people to come on the show. They say no. So it's not that the media is not trying when it comes to talking to these candidates, and and that would have helped the country in the primaries if this was done. Even if people are not regular people are not the people voting, it would have been embarrassing to say that a candidate went on a debate and performed so badly, and for the party people to vote for that candidate. It would have been like, they are basically committing suicide. But they did not even accept to come for interviews. So it's not just the fault of the media, the way we lay it out sometimes. All right. So who is looking forward to Tinubu's interview? And who do you want to interview Tinubu? No, but you know, critically, anybody can take on this. Who do you think, looking at the media landscape in Nigeria, you know, channels, Arise, which other one? I don't even know the rest of them. You know, AIT. Okay, who do you want to interview? Who do you think is objective that you want to see interview these people based on their performance? Somebody said a channel is a propaganda network. Who said that? Why? Kolata, what's your impression of channel?
Channels, I won't call them a propaganda network because Seun Okunbaloye does some interesting interviews and he pushes back real time if given a chance. But someone like Tinubu will not risk any risky interview at this point. The only interview Tinubu will probably grant will be to his own TV station, TVC. And trust me, they will edit the hell out of, I mean, sorry if I use that language. They will edit the interview, cut it. There will be a lot of cuts and I mean, they will give him the right treatment. So channels is not propaganda in my opinion. I've not seen anything to say otherwise. And the person I would like to interview Tinubu from our past performance will be Kadaria. I like the way she kind of like thoroughly watched Buhari and Atiku in 2019. She asked thorough questions and thorough follow-ups. If she's still in that business, I would like to see that interview.
Very good. I like that. Who else? Anybody can weigh in. Who do you want to interview Tinubu?
Yeah, I totally agree with Kaluta.
Who is
hello,
speaking?
sorry. Yeah, okay. I will want Rufai to interview Tinubu. I mean, he is going to ask him about his age, you know, his certificate, how he made his money, the bullion bonds. Because he has asked that question to his representative before, and they got angry and they never answered the question. So yeah, that's Rufai. Give you Rufai.
Okay.
Yeah, from what the last speaker said, I would like Rufai to interview Atiku, to interview Tinubu again, because what the last speaker said that the delegate that Tinubu sent on Arrive television, Rufai was the one interviewed that man. Even they nearly got into war. Even Rufai was later telling the man that I'm in charge. The rest of the channels in Nigeria can't have the power to ask that kind of question. And Rufai stood on that question until the man ran away. So if had it been Rufai was in that interview yesterday with Atiku, by now Nigeria would have known what Atiku is up to. Yes.
Okay.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I will go for Kadaria, Rufai, and this guy in Ibadan. I don't know if any of us here has heard about Edmond Obilo before.
Edward Obilo.
Obilo is also an ace and fire eater journalist. And if given opportunity to interview any of those people, it will give them the run for their personalities. You need to know how he dealt with Ajimobi, dealt with all these politicians in Oyo State and other parts of the country in pre-2015 and 2019 elections, you know. So he's a man that knows his honors and is very, very fearless. A journalist I've ever met, you know.
All right.
That's
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Yeah.
I was going to say Edmond till Mr. Kayode said it. I listen to his shows on most Saturdays when I'm free in the morning. Splash FM. I use I downloaded the radio app because of him. I look forward to seeing him in one of the conversations these days. Edmond is no, he's not good. He's great. He would spear them to shreds. I'm just wishing any of the candidates, especially these two that are running away from live interviews, if they make it to Edmond's shoe, to be bloody. Mother.
Okay, now listen,
Bloody.
did you watch the Atiku's interview on Arise TV?
Honestly, I read the excerpt. Somebody took out time to write what he said. Honestly, I'm not interested. I'm
Why?
not interested. Maybe I'm maybe biased. I won't even lie about it. When it comes to Atiku, I'm biased. I think he should sit it out. Since he doesn't want to sit it out, I will sit out his interviews. For Tinubu, I can't wait to see Shaky Shaky Daddy again to give us something to troll them with. So I'm not interested in Atiku. He doesn't even seem like he's in the race. Man is still living in Dubai. What does he have to say? Should go and rest. I'm not interested in his interview.
Okay, okay, all right. So let's move on to our topic number 2, which was about United Nations. So there's a United Nations committee that issued a statement saying that a human rights committee that Nigeria violated the rights of Nnamdi Kanu, that Nigeria should compensate him and release him. So I want to know what people in this panel think about it's the lead story in Vanguard newspapers today. Anybody? Kayode, start.
Well, thank you for the opportunity again, sir. As far as I'm concerned, that transitioning or kidnapping, if that word is the right one to use, of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria should actually be investigated. And also that of even Sunday Igboho in Benin Republic should also be investigated. Because one thing I want us to know is that, just like somebody said, if our law in Nigeria is supreme and the judiciary is also a friend of the masses, and they are ready to be in the vanguard of righting the wrongs of our polity, certain things are not supposed to happen. When you arrest somebody, there are certain processes of the law that should be properly followed. You don't pronounce somebody guilty until he has been tried in a law court and every process has been followed. But the guy was trailed, according to Lailai Mohammed. He was trailed, he was dragged, whereas, like John Abba said, the Boko Haram has been tormenting the country for more than 20 years now. They could not track them to bring them to justice and end insecurity. You know, even most of the criminals that have been found perpetrating those kidnapping and killings in Nigeria, many of them that were arrested were being freed secretly. And we are still aware of the recent jailbreak in Kuje, where many of these Boko Haram people escaped, and they have become another terror and troubles for the society. So, sir, if we want to hit the nail on the head, that Kanu kidnapping to Nigeria should be investigated properly. And if the government of Nigeria is found guilty, they should do the right thing. This is not, there is no gainsaying, denying the fact that what is wrong is wrong.
All right.
That's my take, sir.
Thank you, Kayode. Ifama? Nnamdi Kanu, okay, you want me to move on. Eddie, what's your take?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. What I might say may not come down well with a lot of people here. Well, here's my take on this. In Kanu Wankwo, yes, I mean, the suffering of the people, he was speaking about it. But I don't believe you should start pushing a country as fragile as Nigeria, with the kind of population they have, to civil war because you believe, okay, it's time to go our way. Then we need to pick up arms and or whatnot. Inflammatory statements he was making while he was outside the country. Okay, eventually he went to Nigeria. Now, when he was in Nigeria, he kept on doing it. They called him, hey, okay, let us sit down and talk about how we're going to get this done. He said no. He kept on pushing and pushing. Look, Nigeria, the Nigerian people are kind of like sitting on a kind of gunpowder. It only takes that little to set up something you cannot stop. Take, for instance, what's happening in the northern part of the country. When it started like a joke. Till today, it's yet to be resolved. Then we want to put the east part of that country into that. That's where he was pushing the country to. All right, he found his way to court, or rather, they arrested him the first time. And they told him, okay, we're going to grant you bail, go back, prepare for your case, stop doing some certain things. He went back and he kept on doing it. Look, no matter how a country is, should at least respect the court, at least told you, go back, prepare for your case, come back and make your case to the people. Went back, continue pushing the country until those, I'm not saying the minute you go into his house to go and threaten people or trying to kill people is right. That's just wrong. But Kanu Nwankwo, to a certain extent, pushed things too far. Eventually, he jumped bail. The same people saying, "Oh, the country should repatriate free Kanu Nwankwo."
Okay, let me correct that. Nnamdi Kanu, yeah, okay.
Nnamdi Kanu, to free Nnamdi Kanu, right, and compensate him. They knew he jumped bail. I mean, the country he went to, they knew he jumped. What about the country he jumped bail to? I mean,
okay. Eddie, hold on. You are mixing a lot of things. Let me hear from Ifoma. Ifoma, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Hi, Eddie.
Yeah.
We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu. We first of all have to understand that we don't even have any judiciary system in the government in Nigeria. It works for certain people. Okay? It doesn't work for the rich people. Nnamdi Kanu jumped to bail. Is that the reason why he should be in jail without trial for 1 year? Who does that? The thing is this, remember, we all have freedom of speech. Okay? Look at what is happening in America. We have the big boys? The people supporting Trump and all that stuff.
Proud Boys.
Proud Boys. How many of them are in jail today? How many?
Oh, my dear.
Apparently, maybe
the ones
like
that created the problem are in jail.
Hold on. Those people are the people that went to the January 6th, riots. Yes, but typically they are in this country. Even the city I am living in, you are being terrorized, and nobody's doing anything. Nobody's harassing them. This guy is fighting for a cause. Mind you, listen, I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu. Let me just straighten that out for you. I have never been a fan of Nnamdi Kanu because I don't believe in somebody talking an aggressive behavior. But however, when this thing happened, I felt like he has a cause, fighting for the Igbos. I am Igbo. I'm from Nnewi. I'm a typical Igbo girl. But it's not that does not mean that I'm for it. But what the government is doing to that guy is being I think he's being treated unjustly. The Kanu guy, what's his name? Carlo was in jail. He was charged, and finally, what happened? Nobody's talking about Carlo, and he went back to the Senate, and he is a senator today. So I don't think this is right. This guy has freedom of speech. Let him express himself. If he violates the law, listen. If he violates the law, why not give him another bail? Why not give him another bail? Why will you keep him in jail for 1 year without trial? Who does that? It's only in Africa that you can see that kind of stuff done. Every day he goes to court, it's either they bring another charge or drop another charge. You're just playing with this guy. Our system doesn't work. It doesn't favor anybody, including you. If you go to Nigeria, it doesn't favor you. Nigeria is the only place where police will stop you and harass you and ask you to let me go through your phone. If you live in diaspora or anywhere in a civilized world, who does that? Who is going to invade your privacy? I mean, come on now. Yes, I understand Nnamdi Kanu, some of the things he's doing is not good. but part of it is because of the government. Buhari purposely said that he's not going to release Nnamdi Kanu. Who does that? Why should a president even interfere in the judiciary system of a country?
Okay. All right. Ifeoma, thank you. Eddie, before you respond, let's hear from Let's Go. You may have something to say, then you can respond.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Davids. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not from Southeast, but I have to stand on the truth part of it. When you said that Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail, how did he jump bail? Because this is a man that Nigeria granted bail. He went back to his state or his community in less than 2 weeks. Okay, let me say in less than a month, the Nigerian government formed Operation Python Dance and went to his community, killed the father, killed the mother, murdered people, and this guy escaped by God's grace. And you are saying that he jumped bail. He escaped, and that is why he's alive today. If God did not allow him to escape, he would have been dead. So he did not jump bail, number one. And Nigerian government did not hold anything, Nnamdi Kanu did not hold anything against Nigerian government. This is a man that is agitating for his people. Again, everything that man has said has come to pass in Nigeria. These are people that have been marginalized. I traveled to Southeast. When I traveled to Southeast, a few states, I tried to observe those areas. I found out that there is no federation, there is no federal properties in Nigeria that are in the Southeast. There is nothing that these people are benefiting from Nigeria. So this is a man that stood up for his people, that are telling you that they have been marginalized. When you look at the current government in Nigeria today, what are you going to see? The president, the vice president, the Air Force, the military, the Navy, the custom, all the strategic posts in Nigeria is being given to the side. No, it's being given to the one side of the Nigeria. And you are telling the people in the Southeast to keep quiet. Let me give you an example. When they did Anambra election, the government did Security Executive Council on how to protect the life of Anambra State people on that election. And in that state council, there is no person, no governor, no army staff from the Southeast that were represented, and you are doing a meeting on how to protect them. So when you look at what this man is fighting for, on due respect to anybody, Nigeria has failed them, and Nigeria did not include them in what has happened, even till today. So Nnamdi Kanu, with anything United Nations said, is what, in fact, Nigeria has done, what Nigeria has done to Nnamdi Kanu, nobody has something like that happen. Look at today. Is somebody that Nigeria know that are terrorists, a real terrorist, that they gave him chieftaincy title in Nigeria. All the terrorists that have been terrorizing Nigeria today, none of them have accountable. Since 2021 till today, there have 9 jailbreaks in Nigeria. And inside all these 9 jailbreaks is all Boko Haram terrorists. When they go there, they will break there and they will free their people. And this is a man who has no ammunition, who has no gun, who is only what he said, let my people go, or you come. Let us restructure Nigeria. Let us take away this fraudulent constitution. Let us devalue the power. Can you imagine? A police in Abuja is controlling the people that are living inside your village. How is it possible? How is crime going to stop? So when you look at whatever Nnamdi Kanu is today, and I'm telling you, I'm not from there, but I'm telling you that if they kill Nnamdi Kanu today, there is more than 1 million Nnamdi Kanu again that will arise. So Nigerians don't have to hide the truth. Look at what happened in Nigeria. They took away our history so that the upcoming people in Nigeria will not know the history of Nigeria. We don't know how Nigerian people did genocide to this particular part of the region. It is unfair. When you are saying anything, say it that if it is you, are you gonna stand and see your people died, murdered, raped, killed?
Okay. All right. Let's go. Thank you so much. Yeah, Eddie, I'll give you the chance to respond, and I'll go to other people.
All right, thank you. Ufoma made a statement saying if the people in the U.S., for instance, I want to use the U.S. as an example because I believe this is where democracy really thrives properly, and they have their laws in place and it really works. She made a statement saying the people who incited the violence, who were part of the people that incited the violence on January 6th here in the U.S., most of them are not in jail. 2 members, the Proud Boys, the leader of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, those 2 people today, for doing what they did, they're in jail. They were arrested. They asked for bail. They refused to let them go because hold on, please, excuse me. Because of the problems they know they can incite. Nnamdi Kanu was given bail, terms and conditions to follow while on bail. When he left, he flouted those orders. He just went south and continued on the path. I am not saying you shouldn't agitate, but do it in a way where you are not inciting people to pick up arms. Again, look at the North. They have picked up arms for years. That part of the country cannot be. Who suffers? The poor people. If it starts in the South, if it starts in the East again, who will suffer? The poor people. He has the opportunity. I mean, again, he can fight, get freedom of speech. It's allowed. He can fight for the people, but do not push the people to pick up arms. Because once that happens, guess what? They will take off and leave them to fight for themselves, and people will die.
All right.
You don't push people that way.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. Let's go to people who are just joining us. Vin, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. You've been damaging and repairing at the same time. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm calling from Ghana, please.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I like my brother Dr. Konkono. I was one time an active service member in the Nigerian military, but my dad is from Upper East region here in Ghana. And I think I am in a very good, if not a little, position to speak to my brother Easy. I've been listening at the background, and that is what prompted me to just come in and correct some certain things Mr. Easy has just narrated. As we know it today, until that Abia State, ruling on whether Mazen Nnamdi Kanu jump bail or not is set aside by any court. If you make such allegation again that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu jump bail, you must be sued. That is my point. If there is a court judgment in Abia State that I'm coming, yes, sir. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Good. There is a court judgment in Abia State High Court that has, ruled on whether Mazen Nnamdi Kanu jump bail or not. And until that court judgment is set aside, no one has the right to say Mazen Nnamdi Kanu jump bail anymore. That is my position on this. And I'm telling you based on where I am coming from. If I were those commanders that were sent to go to his house and molest him, I will refuse that order. I will refuse that order. The same way I refuse killing innocent people in Southern Kaduna when they were defending themselves. No human being can take a stupid order. I'm sorry to use this because what is going on in Nigeria is some of these things. And when we come out in the public, we support them. I'm a Ghanaian, but I have the interest of the Igbo people and Biafran people at heart. I can just sit down here and say, fire on, let the wars happen. But I have families in Southeast. The man was due. If the man flouted like you put it, he flouted the court, instruction, the bail conditions. Was it the duty of the military apparatus or the security apparatuses in Nigeria to march to his house, FSMO, full-scale marching order with artillery tanks to go and invade his house? Is that how you people do in Nigeria today? Is that the right thing to do? That God gave an order and you flouted it. Is it not the same court that's supposed to effect his arrest? That he flouted those orders? Even as bad as 1999 constitution that we, the soldiers, gave to you people, as bad as it is, there are good things that you can get from it. And invading someone's house when he is enjoying his bail is another, it's another slap to that constitution. I read that constitution over and over again as a military officer. I read it and I know what I'm talking about. So we should not come out here and begin to speak as if that we don't know the law or the constitution. I'm not a legal practitioner. You see, so that is what I was itching to come in, because as far it is only a tree that will sit down and watch a man coming to cut it down and that tree remains there. But as a human being, you have the tendency to escape. And as long as he escaped, he was caused to escape and he escaped. Today, he is standing trial. Supposing he was shot dead that day, these people were not pitiful. They slaughtered, they senselessly slaughtered over 28 people in that house, including dogs. Why do we come out here to behave as if we are? It can be you. It can be your brother tomorrow. Let's say your brother happens to be in that shoe or committed something, and he was given a bail and he flouted the bail. Is it not the duty of the Lord to invoke the powers they have to effect his arrest? What was the soldiers and the police going to do in that house? Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Okay, now let me hear from Blessing.
Okay, so I'm going to say this, Doc. There is an adage that said that you do not beat a child and tell the child not to cry. For the longest time, we've always shouted that the Igbos, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
That Igbos have been marginalized by who? That's a discussion for another day. But you do not beat a child and tell the child not to cry. That is number one. And you do not have a child misbehaving and not beat a child. These are two aspects of raising a child. And in this scenario, I'm going to use the scenario to talk about Kanu. When it comes to Kanu, you cannot ignore his ranting. No, you cannot. You cannot just say there's freedom of speech. It is not proper. As to whether or not his arrest was legal, I didn't read law, but if going by the news, they didn't have a right to just pick him up like that and then slam him to detention, like Ifoma said, for 1 year without any judgment. But that is aside. But are we going to ignore the fact that over the years, when I look at Simon Ekpa today, I see Nnamdi Kanu. That is just the truth. And most of you know this. When I look at Simon Ekpa and hear some of his rantings, I see Nnamdi Kanu. And some of you are going to pretend that the things he says do not matter. There are no fanatics that do not take these things to heart. I live in the Southeast. Some of his followers, let me use book, they don't hear word. All they hear is Onyendu. Almazi said that is all they need. And most of the time they misinterpret him or they deliberately pretend they do not understand what he's trying to say. And they go chaotic. You're trying to tell You're trying to tell a government that has the responsibility to protect its citizens that when somebody makes incendiary statements that is capable of inciting people to violence and hurting another person, that they should ignore it. Come on, it's not proper. They cannot ignore Kanu. And you cannot say Kanu did a lot of wrong with his words. Let's not even go there. He said a lot of things he had no business saying. He incited a lot of people. I'm saying this, and I do not care whose ox is God. He incited a lot of people with his rantings. And if we're going to try and whitewash his rantings, then that's all on you. I'm not going to be part of it. But do the government have a right to invade his home, pick him up, and lock him for 1 year? No, they don't. In everything, I stand for due process. And if due process is he going to court and following the legal route to defend himself, that's fine. I do not stand for his illegal arrest or whatever it is called. That's just my take on it.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Raf. Raf, welcome to the show.
Hi, Doc. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, what question do you need me to answer? I'm always sticking to the question.
Start with Atiku if you want to. We're now discussing Nnamdi Kanu as the second topic. But if you have an important thing to say about Atiku's interview that we've not had, you can say that. But we're looking at what the UN said, and even whether the UN has any power to enforce what they said or make Nigeria do anything. But go ahead.
Okay, let me start from Nnamdi Kanu, because Blessing mentioned someone who I personally know, and I knew him before he was pro Nnamdi Kanu, I'll put it that way. And it is sad to see him now, because I knew him when he was not on the Nnamdi Kanu. He didn't believe in Nnamdi Kanu, and then he switched. Nnamdi Kanu, I don't support what Nigerian government is doing, but it shows the hypocrisy of the Nigerian government. I believe in freedom of speech. I believe that you should be able to express yourself. However, it's just like with religious people, we pick and choose who we want to be able to express themselves. Oh, my daughter put something on my headset. I just saw it. Oh, never mind. It started. Hey, I'm talking, please. The whole thing with Nnamdi Kanu, it's just like even with the Boko Haram thing. It would have been a lot easier. It's a lot easier to defeat this if you go after the ideology. There is a reason why Nnamdi Kanu exists. Rather than tackle what he's talking about, we always try to take the shortcut, which is go by brute force, which is still an inheritance of what we inherited from the military. So all we know is gragra. We just have to shoot bullets, address everything with force, but we never use the force on the people who we, the people who we should use force on. We never use force, apply force to them. But even you can't defeat anything with force. You can't really win any war by just military. The man says you've not been developing, you've not taken care of his region, you've not taken care of his people, you've never treated them as citizens. How do you respond? You give him more power. You're trying to make him a martyr. If you kill Nnamdi Kanu now, you actually amplify his strength. By every time you kill one of his followers, you amplify his strength. How about you just neutralize him by doing the right thing? If you do the right thing, you neutralize him. That is it. But instead, you actually make him stronger by showing, see, we're going to send DSS, we're going to send police. The police that when Boko Haram show up, they take off. They run in the opposite direction. You send them to go and be brutalizing people and make their case, make his case, So it's unfortunate, but that's why the UN has a case. The UN has seen all that, and now the biggest populist has come into the room. That's why we have this situation that we have. On the Atiku, one question I have for my brother Vinny. I have my sailor's creed here. I serve in Navy, U.S. Navy. One thing that differentiates us from the whole lot of other militaries, like, yes, we also have, I will obey the orders of those appointed over me. However, there's one difference, is that I am allowed to, it's on paper, I'm allowed to say no to unlawful orders. I've never heard a Nigerian military professional say that he or she is allowed to say no to an unlawful order given by a superior. You either end up in jail or you get killed for saying no to an unlawful order. If there's any where that is written under the Nigerian military justice constitution, I don't know what you could call it. Over here, we call it the UCMJ. Please correct me or let me know. I'm curious to know about that. I know you have everybody has the moral, as a human being, we all have a moral background to say, I will say no to an order, an unlawful order given to me. But do you have it on paper, written down in the Nigerian military constitution, that if I'm given an unlawful order, I can say no, and I can stand on that, so that when I go on military trial, I can say I was given an unlawful order and I will not carry out that order. I don't know if Nigerian military has that or they allow that, but I have that with me. I've said no, and I can have, you can't take me to court. I would say put it, that's why we have a saying under our military, we say put it in writing. And when somebody is telling you trash to carry out, then you tell them put it in writing. And most times, if the person knows that they don't have the law on their side, they don't come back to you, But some people are not intelligent enough to carry that. I'll just wrap up on Atiku quickly, because I saw some people saying that. I was watching the interview a long time ago. I've been watching the interview for a long time. We are in the age where populism is popular. So everybody just jumps up on this. The media is not doing its job. The media is not doing its job. The media is not doing its job. Many of us don't even know how interviews take place. We don't know how interviews are done. I've heard people misquoting that the United States president goes to the studio of any TV station to have an interview done. That's not factual. Every media house is invited to the United States, to the White House, for an interview. It doesn't matter that it's Trump, doesn't matter that it's Joe Biden. They invite whoever wants to come and they set up a room. Now, if the president is no longer president, it is different. But when there's the president sitting in the office, except the president chooses to go to the media house, that's when you go, the president tells them, come to me. You offer them an interview. So don't conflate president of the United States with an aspirant in Nigeria. That's two different things. So if Buhari says, I'm not coming to any TV station, he has the right to do that. However, the Atiku interview, I don't see what Atiku did wrong by choosing where he wants to have the interview held at. He still gave you what you wanted. If you are going to vote for Atiku, you got what you wanted. If you're not going to vote for Atiku, you got what you wanted, because his answers came out clean and clear. I don't know why people are behaving like you don't have a choice. Atiku gave you everything. The journalists did their job. Whatever was cut out was cut out. But all this unnecessary attack on the media is doing its job. We still use one language. It's just the same way we keep talking like politicians are the same. There's a difference. And final thing I would say is the word propaganda. What we are doing here is propaganda. When someone is intentionally attacking, saying polygamy is the answer, that's propaganda. When they are saying we should kill people from one tribe, that is propaganda. When they are saying one religion is supreme, that is propaganda. Propaganda was started in a church. The Pope started propaganda. The word propaganda was inherited from church. And then we took it and ran with it, and it started going everywhere and became a political, then somebody says a political word after World War II. And then it became bad people use propaganda. Everybody propagandizes. So stop acting like only one side uses propaganda. Everybody does propaganda. We are doing propaganda right now. So that's where I will wrap up. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We are getting to 2 hours since we started, and I will appeal to a few people to volunteer to give room for new people to join us. We have only space for 10. So in the meantime, forefathers, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right. So we've been having conversations, and one of them is on Atiku's interview on Arise TV. The other one is on Nnamdi Kanu and the United Nations saying that he should be freed and compensated. So you can take it from anywhere.
Greetings to everyone there, and this stuff for me anyway. My perspective is that UN, it's a nice organization in theory, but when it comes to deciding affairs of state, it doesn't have teeth, and for that reason, it shouldn't have any sway over the Nigerian state in any way, because so many other states don't listen to it, and as a matter of fact, some states literally use the UN to bench press how much they can disobey international law. So we shouldn't even pay attention to that, because in reality, they said the same thing about Assange. They call for any this thing out there that that seems laudable, they will call for it. And I don't know why we even pay attention to it. They don't even pay attention to it here at all. Whenever the UN says something, you just dismiss the UN because they consider the UN completely irrelevant. Because in reality, the UN is functioning as a pan-European, or let's put it this way, a pan-Security Council organization. It favors the Security Council members and whatever they want. And I don't understand how our people, when they hear these people, they want to even listen to them. These are the reasons why we are where we are. I think they mean us well. They gave themselves $17 trillion during COVID-19. And what did they give to Africa? Nothing. And those dollars is what is doing us damage now. That is war. If you go to market with some other person and they have 1 million in their pocket and you have 100 in your pocket, that is not the same thing. You are not in the same thing. They are cheating you. And that is the game they play. And they come and tell us that we should go and release Kanu now, as if they care about Kanu. They don't care. They just, God knows who put them up to it. Whatever, maybe there's some kind of pressure group that went to the UN and they felt that they needed to say something, because they need to say something. They always say something. They said that they voted. They didn't like the war in Iraq. It went ahead. So many things that they don't like, it goes ahead. They don't like the occupation in Palestine. It's still there today. As a matter of fact, it's the longest lasting occupation in the world, right under their nose. So we shouldn't have any reason to pay attention to them. The important thing is what we think at home should be done with the case of Kanu. That's what is important. We all know that he did things that shouldn't be done. That if you look at it in the case of the West, Assange is still in prison in the UK here. I don't know whether you consider what he's done versus what Kanu has done, which one is worse. Assange didn't call for violence. He didn't call for anything like that. And he's still in jail. For how many years? As a matter of fact, he was living in an embassy for years. The US has Guantanamo Bay. They have black sites all over the place. They don't follow the rules when it suits them. If you know how this West behaves, I don't understand why our people forget that aspect of the West. They forget the aspect where the West breaks all the rules in the world. They don't even sign, US is not even part of the International Criminal Court for a good reason, because they don't subject themselves to any other people. This is the name of the game of the world. And I think the structure that has been built in the world that we assume is the fairest way for the world to function is not functioning to our favor. Clearly, it's not. And our people shouldn't be paying attention to these people. What we should be worrying about is ourselves, how we sort our problems out ourselves. Okay, if I'm to address the Kanu issue, if you look at what has happened in Nigeria, we have had situations whereby the South had some issues like MEND or something like that. They had to give them this thing. They paid them a lot of money. They gave amnesty. They gave them a lot of money. And maybe that's what set the tone for what is happening now in the North and in the Southeast. Because if they feel like, oh, let's agitate a little bit, maybe we'll get money, or maybe we'll get this, maybe we'll get that. Nobody takes the state seriously because the state is weak. Sooner or later, the state has to be responsible for enforcing order. If you cannot enforce order, it's a recipe for anarchy.
All right.
It's just simple for me anyway.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, forefathers. Let's hear from Victory. Victory, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone. I would like to comment quickly on the article's interview. I watched it briefly, but I knew it was a complete sham. If you're having an interview, you can't be bothered to go into the studio to be interrogated properly. What's the point of having the interview? So I've been listening in the background. People have been talking about the role of the media. I mean, I will state clearly that the media has a very critical role to play in the development of our democracy. I mean, what's the point of having a stage managed interview? You want to serve the people. If you cannot face the media squarely and answer a question, what is the point? And I've heard a lot of people talked about the work in the media. I mean, I have one or two experiences as well. I mean, I was once speaking to someone that was going for an interview with one of probably the biggest media organization in the world. And the guy was asking me, "Oh, do you know what the interviewer is going to ask me?" I'm thinking to myself, I don't know. Because he said, "Oh, this guy has a way of tripping me up. He can just ask you a question that will mess you up." So that's what the media is there for. It's not for you to go and have an interview that is stage managed, and then you bring and ask a question that you know already. And why do you think Rufai was not on that interview? Because they knew Rufai would not stand up for those rubbish. So if you cannot face the media squarely, that means it shows that you're not ready to lead the people. So that's my own take on the article issue anyway. And as for the Nnamdi Kanu case, like people have said, he said a lot of stuff, and you expect a country like Nigeria to take those things seriously. But I've said that sending military to his house to go and kill him is not a way of solving anything. And our people always have this behavior of doing everything by force or gra. You don't achieve anything with force or gra. You negotiate. Even here in the UK, when they had the issue with another island, they had to go and negotiate. You can't resolve anything by violence. It's just a waste of time. You must negotiate with people and then meet on a common ground, and that's how you resolve conflict. But our people who, for some reason, they don't want to negotiate. They believe that their position is right, and they have to stay on that position. No, the world does not work that way. You have to negotiate. And that's how you resolve anything. So that's my own take anyway on the issue.
All right, Victory, thank you so much. Let's watch a little bit of that interview before we continue.
In 2019, you went to Ota. You were, going to consult with your former boss, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. But this time around, nobody has seen you going to Ota or going to Abeokuta. Do you really have Chief Olusegun Obasanjo's blessing this time around? Have you been talking to him?
I've been talking to him. Okay. I've been talking to him. The only thing is that I didn't go after I emerged as a candidate with the PDP. I didn't go to him. That's all.
Okay. But do you have his support, or you don't need his support?
Why would I not need his support? He was my former boss. Why would I not need his support? Of course I would need his support.
Do you have it?
I assume I have it.
You are not sure?
Why not? I don't think he has a better person to support than myself, because I have his legacy to continue.
Wow. I don't think he has a better person to support.
What legacy?
Because I have his legacy too. So, Show, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, we've been talking about this interview. I don't know if you watched it and your take.
Well, I've seen some of it, not the whole thing. I've read most of it rather than watch most of it. It gets to a point that most of these things don't surprise you anymore. You sort of know what to expect. So I find it maybe funny, surprising when people are surprised at what Atiku would say. What Atiku won't give you what Obi would give you. That's why one is Atiku and one is Obi. If they said the same thing, they will both be Obi. You understand? So Atiku said exactly what I expected him to say. He would avoid questions and he would go around it. And that's why their handlers won't let them speak to the media every day. Number one, they're older than Obi. They will get fatigued. Even Obi will get fatigued if they keep sending him to the media house every day. They should manage him better. If I was handling Tinubu, I'll keep him away from the media. If you're handling him, you will keep him away from the media. You would only let him speak if he absolutely necessarily has to. I'm not saying that's the right thing, but you have a job to do. So Atiku said what Atiku said. There were no surprises in it. There was nothing that, would change my mind to say I'm going to vote for him. So Atiku won't get my vote. Atiku is part of why we're here, so it's going to do everything to protect the establishment. So Atiku hasn't said anything that's come out of the blues or anything that I didn't expect. So, the man lives in Dubai most of the time. He visits Nigeria. It's just like our first lady. They seem to have a love for Dubai. For some reason, Nigeria can never be, like Dubai. They would rather run away to Dubai to live there, come home every 4 years and run for election. And I think he had the cheek to mention something about Showore that comes around every 4 years. It's no different himself. So Atiku is Atiku. No surprises there. Good luck to him and his supporters.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me just play another part of that interview that I think it's important that people see, and then we'll continue.
So the negotiations from the Southeast were not successful this time. Your erstwhile running mate, Peter Obi, left the PDP and joined another party, is also running for president. How do you think this will affect your prospects, given that the Southeast has always been such a safe zone for the PDP?
I really don't expect, the Labour Party to, to take as much votes from the PDP as people are suggesting. We could have seen it in the last elections in Australia. That doesn't have a governor, doesn't have members of the National Assembly, doesn't have state assembly members. And politics in this country depends on the structures you have at these various levels, at the local government level, at the state level, and at the national level. So it is very, very difficult to expect a miracle to happen, simply because Peter Obi is in the Labour Party.
Well, two quick follow-up questions. The first one is...
After all, they were saying through the social media, they had more than 1 million votes in Osun State. But how many votes turn out to vote for Labour Party? And then
So, can I say something quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is one of the highlights for me. It didn't surprise me because there's this sense of arrogance about the two big parties and their candidates, where they feel we don't have to talk to Nigerians to get the votes we need. The people who are going to vote for us don't need to hear anything. Honestly, there are videos of Tinubu you would see. I think you played one already where he forgot the name of the party earlier today, and his hands were shaking due to age, due to health issues, whatever. I'm not mocking him. Age is age. Everyone will get there at some point. And people see that on social media, and they will still reply, even if Tinubu was dying, I will vote for him. It's like a cult followership, and these guys know. And that's why they feel, why do I need to go to the TV station and risk it? You understand? So that's why they're almost writing Peter Obi off, saying, look at what happened in Osun State. How many votes did they get? So they have this sense of arrogance that we would always get the majority of the vote. And this is why I'm pleading with people, because it's good to come on social media. I join a lot of spaces, the energy is there, the vigor. People are talking about PVCs. Are they going to go and collect it before the elections? Are they actually going to go out and vote? These people, I said it before, the first time I joined your show, I said the last thing I would want to see is to see Peter Obi get 300,000 votes. I would literally just close, because there was a time I literally detached myself from Nigerian politics. I've been in the UK for about 19 years. I only just started, following again. So if Peter Obi gets like 300k votes, let's just pack up and go and just forget. Whoever can jackpot should jackpot and forget that country. So these people, honestly, it's like they don't rate him. But if Peter Obi can create a shocker, like I said, Buhari won with how many million? 15 million votes. There were 90 million registered voters. Let's even forget those who don't have PVC. So we're talking, we have 90 million people with PVCs in Nigeria who registered for the last one. Buhari got 15, the other guy got 11. We have so many people. So if people go out and vote, I want Peter Obi to win. But I keep saying, even if he doesn't win, let's get a respectable number so that they won't talk about him like this going forward, or whoever is the face of the third force. That's my issue. Okay.
And just to corroborate that quickly.
Yes.
The fact that somebody has not had a political structure and is just coming out under a new party does not mean that it can't perform.
Of course.
I will give you this example. In Oyo State, I think 2011, this guy that the House of Assembly and Adedibu pushed away when Akala took over. I don't know if you remember that.
Ladoja.
We remember that Ladoja won under Accord Party.
Yep.
Why did he win? What was Accord? What was Accord structure? Accord did not have just the analysis that our man did, I mean Atiku, when responding to that question. It was a sensitive question, but he didn't have the wherewithal to answer it very well. I mean, the question that they pushed to him, and he was saying that Labour Party did not have any structure, they did not win in Osun, they did. You should forget that story. It only depends on how you run your show. You understand? Dr. Damages was telling us that when he wanted to start this show that people are struggling to get to the studio today. Some people told him, if I still remember, sir, that how are you going to do this show? Why can't you concentrate on maybe your blogging or whatever? But here you are today. One thing I believe, the greatest achievement of those who have made it through personal effort is their refusal to accept defeat. If you have belief in a cause, just don't give up.
Don't let us.
Can I ask something? What did Accord precisely do? Please, can I ask a question? What did Accord precisely do to get themselves to win the election without any structure? It would be nice for people to know.
It's just because they did what people wanted. They were able to convince the people that they were ready to change the status quo that PDP was running. You understand what I'm saying? The Akala Wudu road within 1 year is packed up. Schools were closing down. And he came and used those things to campaign for people, and he was ready because yes, sir.
You're making a mistake. You're comparing Oyo State Amala politics of Adedibu then. I mean, the structure was used to be controlled by one guy that gave it to whoever was bidding. So, I mean, I was even thinking if you had said Mimiko's, Mimiko was Labour Party governor in Ondo State, which he built that one. But the Accord example you gave, no, the structure belonged to one man. He's dead now. And that guy gave it to whoever he wanted to give it to.
No, it
so
wasn't
you can't
like
really,
that. I was in Ibadan. Kulata,
no,
I was in
that's
Ibadan. I
fine.
knew what happened.
But I'm trying to say is,
then was already against Ladoja.
But wait, I'm just trying to say it's a stretch to compare what happened in Oyo State to what obtains nationally. It's a stretch.
All right. Let me
Dr. Damages have not spoken about the
Nnamdi Kanu.
Yes, but
okay.
To somebody is fine.
Yeah. Let me talk to Alexi, then I'll come to you, Janaba. Alexi, I want to hear your take on the UN decision, UN Human Rights Committee, to tell Nigeria they should free Nnamdi Kanu and they should pay him compensation, even though we know that Nigeria is not likely going to listen to the UN. What's the take?
My take, the first point I would like to make concerning that is all we Nigerians, again, I just have to express it how it is in my mind. We should be ashamed of ourselves. It didn't have to take UN to tell the government that is supposed to be in charge of a country that they were doing the wrong thing and that they should change, or they should succumb, or they should release the person they were holding. All of us saw what happened to this young man. Yes, he was angry. And because he was angry, we all were awakened to the reality of the country we thought or we have always been in and accepting all kinds of things happening. So Nnamdi Kanu, maybe without him, we wouldn't even be doing the program you have going on now, because these things that he saw, that he came out to talk about, have been happening for years. And all our educated, all our politicians, everybody kept quiet. They were just having a field day. Now he came out to speak up. He became the enemy of the society. And the government in charge treated him anyhow, even worse than a criminal. When they are the criminals stealing all our money and making life difficult for Nigerians. Anyway, we all saw that the government of Nigeria, they have not denied it. They sent a whole armored vehicle with a shooter to go to this man's house and just release bullets all over the place, killing innocent civilians. If they wanted to arrest him, they could have done that successfully. That time, they shot those bullets at his house and his people. If they had gone in there, they would have quietly, if possible, arrested him. But they chose to do it in that gangsteric way. And we all saw it, my people, we saw it. It's not like it's a fairy tale. Now, at the time it happened, many of us thought he was dead, that they would have killed him. Since he didn't die, we Nigerians still wished that he was killed in that gun battle. It's not a battle, gun exercise, because he didn't shoot one bullet back to defend himself. All of a sudden, we discovered that, yes, he survived. Nobody talked about it. Everything continued normally. This guy, having escaped, began to talk again. And for a good reason, my people, the reason that we all are now running Healthy Skelter today. He, from London or wherever he was that he found himself, he kept telling us things we needed to know about Nigeria, things that should inform us on how to carry on or make a decision. For him, he decided the people who are with him should come out of that mess because we all kept quiet. So why wouldn't he want to come out of it? He began to intensify the call for Biafra, and nobody spoke still. Instead, hatred was all over the place. And even people began to die for taking his words seriously. And we all kept on going. And what happened? Again, just like they did Umar Diko, they went for him in Kenya and brought him back like a goat and began again the same thing over and over. We all kept quiet. And he has been under that condition till today. So it takes the United Nations to tell us what we, 200 million people, amongst whom are educated professionals, who have kept quiet. And many people were happy that he was locked in anyway. They wish he died there, Nigerians. And for that reason, he has remained the talk of the day only outside Nigeria while we went about doing our thing. Now, the army had gone to where he comes from to kill the people from that area. We still kept quiet, my people. How many times have you heard on the news, be it channel or whatever else, talking about the carnage going on in the East? Day before yesterday, you all heard what happened. It didn't come up on the news. So my impression is that United Nations has woken up in a world of carnage called Nigeria. And he, Nnamdi Kanu, can only just wait for whatever we want to do with him, whether to kill him. He said it. He said he's ready to die. But I must register this in this program that without Nnamdi Kanu, we will not even have the revolution we are getting in the election change that we have today. Because Peter Obi is another Nnamdi Kanu, but in the political arena. However, he is coming in with a solution. And then everybody is running behind him and making all the noise that he's going to be. My fear is this. Peter Obi did well for Anambra, but as soon as he left, what happened? Obiano came in. Did Obiano continue his legacy?
The only thing he did was at the end, when he was about to leave office, he said, if I don't do something, I won't be remembered. Then he built the international airport in Umweri. So even if Peter Obi comes in now and does all he says he knows to do well, what happens? We have traps set for us. His vice will most likely take over from him, whether they spend 4 years or 8 years. When he takes over from him, we'll be back to square one. And that square one will be just what happened in Anambra. We will go because he will be there to continue those who have been ruining this country. They will get in again in a big way, and their son will be the head of state. And what happens? They will start carrying our money to all the foreign Fulani places. And Niger Republic.
All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Can you permit me to go finish?
No, I want to hear from Janaba, then anybody else can. Janaba, go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry,
no, let him go ahead. Let him get a follow-up here. If you have to say.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Yeah. Okay, who wants to speak?
No, okay, I thought somebody was trying to say something.
Yeah, but because you have not spoken since I came, so I don't know. Maybe I should let you talk.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is part of the reason. If you heard what the gentle elder said just now, it's part of the reasons why we are in trouble. You see, we refuse to be state manly. How can you not understand that you still have a state called Nigeria? You're making it all about the East and all about the Fulanis. They've been here thousands of years with us. Instead of you to be looking at them and looking at the way to talk to each other so we get out of this mess we are in, you are busy talking about North and South and Fulani this. Even after your guy rules, you are still complaining that some other part of Nigeria will take over. That is why we are in this mess. We have to be accountable for crying out loud. We can't afford this nonsense. There are people out there doing all these things. Boris Johnson was held accountable. In America, Trump is about to be held accountable. We have to hold our people accountable. We can't the state is too weak. This is why everybody just keeps saying, anybody does anything, get away with it. Anybody does anything, when are we going to set an example? Why is it that a poor man does something wrong in Nigeria, he's the one that decides to go to prison, but everyone else should never answer for it? And we make it about tribalism whenever we want to enforce any form of justice. We can't carry on like this. We can't keep doing this. Sooner or later, we have to take responsibility and create a strong state where rules actually mean something. If you break the rules, you fall for it. It's that simple. Sorry, I just didn't like what I heard just now.
All right, forefathers, thank you so much. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Alexi, hold on. Vin, you go react first, and then Abubakar just joined us. I want to hear from him. Vin, go ahead.
Yes, please. You see, the reason why most of us are enjoying in the various countries we live in is good structures. In Ghana, where my father comes from, we have good structures here. Right now, if you heard it on the news, we are taking in fact, we have taken responsibility to begin to deal with our politicians here. We are holding our president right now to ransom because of 200 million Ghana misappropriation that he used to build. He's using now to build a cathedral in Ghana. You cannot do that in Nigeria with the structures you have over there. I was a military officer. 1999, they gave you people a constitution that you did not agree to. That constitution, even if 100 Peter Obis come in there, it will still happen. Once he leaves, it will still happen just like the way it happened in Anambra. What is the structures that he left in Anambra? Is it a strong man or a strong institution that you people need to govern you in Nigeria? You don't have strong institutions. In Nigeria, there is nothing like strong institution. The constitution you have there, the 1999 constitution, is a military decree 34. That is what you have there. Orchestrated by the senior military officers then in order to fit a particular group. And that is the reason why you have it now. Can you send a bill in the National Assembly for a restructuring it is dead on arrival if the other people that has the majority are not in support of it. That is bad structure. The constitution you have there, you cannot do anything. If you like, bring 100 P2Bs, you cannot do anything with that 1999 constitution. That 1999 constitution is the bedrock of the problems you have in that country. Why are we not having the same in Ghana here? Why are we not having the same structural problem in Ghana here? Because we have a good, strong constitution that people that wrote it in those days did not even go to school.
All right.
Okay, this is the reason.
Then hold on. Okay, we'll come back to you. Abubakar, welcome to the show.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Damaji. I hope I'm audible, right?
Yeah, you are. But you can speak up a little bit so that more people can hear you.
All right. Let me start with Atiku Abubakar, what he said about Peter Obi. If you look at the voting structure in Nigeria, what Atiku is saying, probably he might be right. Most of the Peter Obi fans are online. Probably they are from his region. But if you come to the north, most of the people that are voting are actually not on, do not even know how to use internet to begin with. And the second thing that I'm from the north, the second thing that affects Peter Obi's chances in the north is most of the voters in the villages, they do not know anything about national issues. Some people do not even know the impact of the government unless they travel to market on market day and are made to pay taxes, some fraudulent taxes. They only vote for the person that their leader tells them to vote. Maybe their chief, Maigari, or whatever. Oh, in another way, whoever gives them Indomie and 1,000 or 2,000 naira. Most of them listen to BBC also, as Atiku also mentioned. They listen to BBC also, and most of the messages they are getting from BBC also and the politicians is either Tinubu or Atiku. So they form their opinion on who to vote based on those two narratives. And then again, most of the elites in the South, they are educated, but they keep on talking about politics and whatever. They get angry if things are not going well. But when it comes to voting, most of them are silent. They say, anyway, it is already decided, and the corrupt system will already produce whoever is going to govern for the next 4 years. So they are a bit pessimistic about the legitimacy or the credibility of the electoral process. And then about Nnamdi Kanu, in a serious country, to be frank, Nnamdi Kanu should have either been jailed for life or he will be dead by now because what he did was actually treason. And those that are agitating, yes, you have freedom of speech, and then freedom of speech does not include inciting violence against one group. Does not mean you can call your fellow citizen inhabitant of zoo. Again, you cannot create a state within a state. Now, let's say you even follow the due process. What does it take? Who gets to have his own country? What does it take to have your own country? Whose backing do you need before you have your own country? Where will you draw the borders? What happens to Nigerians' territorial integrity if you want to cover? Where do you draw the borders? And then how long will it take before you actually get your own independence or decide your own fate? Look at what happened in Spain. The Catalan leader, where is he now? He's in exile, running. And you cannot say Spain is not a civilized country. You cannot say he's not doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing. He's following order. And where is he now? Scotland, what is happening over there? The secession, does it happen? It does not happen. Even if you follow the due process, it takes long. And I think as somebody mentioned that the constitution is actually what is affecting us. Probably yes. If you follow the due process, you can never have your own state. If you say you want to have your own state, you need a backing of international bodies. So again, what the UN says, why is the US talking about Nnamdi Kanu as if they care about what happens to Nnamdi Kanu? Why? is there any serious move apart from saying just release Nnamdi Kanu and compensating? Is there a real intention to force or put pressure on Nigerian government to follow the due process? Let's have a public hearing. Let's air it and see how the process goes. And then probably we may or may not get another country called Biafra in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ali.
Can I ask him a question, please?
Yeah,
because I'm always here.
Yeah.
Are you Hausa, like are you an Hausa man from the north?
Fulani to be precise.
Yeah, Fulani. Okay. Okay. So let me ask you. You said something about Indomie and what their leaders tell them. Which one will be? What can someone like Nnamdi Kanu, Peter Obi do to reach the people in the north, like those people like that in the villages? Is there anything that he can do to reach them?
Yes, the best and easiest and simplest way to reach them is through BBC Hausa or DW Hausa or VOA Hausa. These three major media houses shape their opinion. So no matter how poor a person is, he may not have food to eat, but at least he will have money to put to buy battery to power his own radio and listen to the world news, whatever is going on. What I'm trying to say again here, you will find an average northerner living in a village that has not gone to school, but knows more about Nigerian politics than an average southerner who goes to school. He knows what is happening in the south because he listens to news via BBC outside, he understands the language, and he knows what is happening within Nigeria than the average southerner who at least have minimum, probably diploma, or has gone to secondary school.
Okay, hold on. Let me Abubakar Liu, there's someone who asked on the comments something like this, that Boko Haram, they've basically broken away from Nigeria. The places they take over, they put on the flag of the caliphate, that it doesn't appear as if people in the north are as mad with them as they are with, let's say, the Odua people looking for a country or the Biafrans looking for a country. Can you answer to that?
Yes, if you say Northerners are not mad, then there is no point in removing Jonathan. Maybe Northerners did not even vote Jonathan out. As I can remember, the basic thing that Buhari campaigned with is after corruption is insecurity. There was a time Boko Haram controlled part of Nigeria that is greater than Belgium and has a population larger than Belgium. They carve out their own state within a state. They hoist their flag. They control those areas. But nobody is saying what they're doing is good. Nobody is supporting them. In fact, most of the people are thinking that it is Jonathan that deliberately allows these things to happen because he is weak. Yeah.
Well, that is the narrative people are getting. That is why I'm saying those people will vote either Atiku or Tinubu because of the narrative they are hearing. All they hear in BBC Hausa is that Jonathan is not from the north. He does not care about northerners. Therefore, probably he's either indifferent or he doesn't care at all. And that is why they voted him out. Nobody is saying what they are doing is good. And in fact, they are not even trying to carve a state within a state in Nigeria only. If you look at what they want, they wanted to establish, according to their so-called Islamic empire in Africa, in all the neighboring countries, Niger, Chad, Cameroon. They want to control all these places and then have whatever they wanted, even though they do not know anything about religion. In my own opinion, they are not. I think it is just another political move, maybe political group controlled by some people that are benefiting from the crisis. And even the crisis probably in Niger Delta region. I know there are people that are profiting from that crisis, and they will not allow their source of income to just vanish like that, getting peace. Another thing that people in the south and the east are complaining is that they are not treated equally. But they are all over the country doing their businesses. Nobody is seizing their properties. Nobody is denying them the right to do the business, especially in the north. They are treated equally in the north. They can do their businesses and nothing happens. And again, maybe there is a misplaced priority also from those states. They are having their fair share from the federal government. No governor has ever claimed that he has not gotten his own share from the federal government. What has the governors done that will prove, yes, government existed in this state? What has if you compare the amount of money they get within 8 years and the project they were able to execute within those 8 years, it maybe probably they use only 30% of the fund to do project that is in their favor. The other 70% just vanish like that, and nobody is asking the governors, what have you done with this money? What have you done with that money? Whenever there is a problem, they just say it's a federal government problem, it's a constitutional problem. And it doesn't matter who sits at the top, who is the president. They just complain. When Jonathan was there too, what has he done? He's from that region. What he was he crippled by the so-called 1999 constitution? Why hasn't he done? He has the presidential power to do a lot, to appoint people, to establish whatever you want to establish with the backing of the Senate at that time. But has he done that? He has not done that. Why are we not holding the governors responsible too?
Okay. I just have one question.
I have a lot of questions, man.
Hold on, guys. You know, one reason why we do this. Hold on, Abubakar. Hold on. One reason why we do this is to get people to share ideas, and I like the fact that Abubakar is here with us, and because sometimes it's only people in the south and the John Abba who is in the middle belt. We don't know where he is from, but it's good that we have Abubakar. So let's have that conversation. You know, so one by one. You know, go ahead, Kulata.
So, Abubakar, I have a question for you. So, based in the far north, you know, there's this Muslim ticket that's causing a lot of uproar down south. So, how is that taken? And do you think that people may get in a defensive shell if the noise about Muslim ticket is too loud? As in, they may want to say like, okay, I'm defending my faith, so I'm going to go vote for the Muslim ticket because this people down south are, they're attacking. How do you take it?
Sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Okay, please, can you repeat the question because I didn't
So,
get that
you know,
in summary.
Tinubu and Shetima, Muslim ticket, is creating a lot of, people are complaining about it down south. So I'm asking are people in the core north offended by the uproar against it, or they're offended by the choice of a Muslim ticket in the first place?
Okay, so while we wait for him, he's gone.
All right.
It's a shame.
Can I say something now?
Yeah, you can say something from.
Okay, I'm from Benue, but I grew up in Brunei State. I will not say Medugri because I go around Brunei State. So you should know where I come from, Dr. Damages.
Okay.
Now, I want to say categorically, where I come from, Dr. Damages. Blessing, she's no more here on the platform, and a few others spoke my mind on Kanu issue. We are enjoying the freedom of speech because we are in this part of the world. Nnamdi also should have the right to express himself, but not with inciting of violence. I don't think that is right. I heard him, not anybody. I heard that in the radio. I heard it. One that I remember very well. He told his follower to snatch a gun from a soldier and kill another soldier. That is nobody that told me. I had it. So if we're going to be honest about what is going on in Nigeria, we all believe that the rule of law is not being followed. Even the power belongs to the elite, but that does not justify the wrongdoing. So let's put that to let's make that straight. And then when it comes to the you are trying to ask Abubakar Aliu about the issue. You are not asking me, but I mostly from that place that my younger brother Lawrence. Lawrence is Rudolph knows that Lawrence is a follower of Obi. I'm more or less of I'm a Kanuri guy. I speak Kanuri fluently. So I'm a Shetima, but I'm not voting for Shetima. I'm not about Shetima, but I speak Kanuri very well. The Northerner does not, they love the fact that it's Muslim ticket. That is the North also have Christians, the Babrus, the Bras in the North, they are Christians. So they can get some followers that don't like that kind of ticket for their own religious belief. But far beyond what we are going through in Nigeria right now, and the issue of politics aside, that we are all praying for a better Nigeria. Our sentiment here, even on this platform, have been tribalistic. So I hope we all become one Nigerian and talk like one Nigerian.
All right, thank you. Please, may I beg 2 or 3 people, if you want to volunteer to leave, you can come back in an hour. What I want to do is to see if we can get back Aliu to join us again. And there are some people who've been trying to join, and we've been here for almost 3 hours. And Vin, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to give some space for other people to come in, but I would like to ask the last speaker, because I believe that he says he speaks Kanuri, right?
Yeah. Yes. Rabba, yeah.
Okay. My first unit was 29 Battalion, Ngru, Yobe State. My battalion was very close to Geshua, the College of Education, Geshua. So I know that place very, very well. I stayed in the North for 18 years. You know what they call me in the North? They call me Alakali. I know you understand what is called Alakali. So what I wanted to ask my brother, and you can, my brother Aliu, is this. He said that around the space of Belgium was, occupied by Boko Haram terrorists during Goodluck Jonathan's time. And I wanted to ask him, within that same time, these people were controlling the size of a Belgium in that part of the northern, in that part of the north. Why did the election of, is it 2015, recorded 100%, especially in Maiduguri, Borno State, where he said that they were all over the place controlling that size, the size of that of a Belgium. That was what I wanted to ask Mr. Ali Abubakar Ali.
Okay, I know Bama very well. If you know the forest between the Bama part of Amichide is Cameroon, and then the Niger part of boundary. So I think I'm not speaking for him, but I'm talking from the geographical location of where the Boko Haram operate. They took over the whole Bama. So if you look at the map of Bama, which is very close, and I'm glad you know Borno State very well. So that combined with that Amchide area part of the Cameroon, then you can know what he's talking about. Then go to Kunshe. If you Google the word Kunshe, you will see where Kunshe is located, all that area into that forest. So you should know the size of what he's talking. So he have a very good knowledge of what he's talking about. And this is the problem we have on X-Way. We always underestimate the Northerners, and we think they are not educated. And because we can speak English, we think education is wrapped up with English.
All right.
Sorry, quick one, because I know Vin is about to leave. Before Vin leaves, there's a regular contributor on this show. Is the Kwakwanso man, as we call him. For some reason, he's not joined, but he's been dropping comments in the general comment section. And he said to help him ask you a question. Now, I don't know, because I told him, I said, I don't think you answer the question on air. I think he knows you, because he said to ask you, how many trips did you go with, or there's a particular time he used, with Sergeant Rogers during the Abacha days, that, you know, that how many operations did you go to with Sergeant I mean, that just sounded like a very, you know each other kind of question. And I said to him, I said, Mr. Kwakwanzo, I would ask on your behalf, but I don't know if you get an answer to that. So I've delivered the message. When he watches this, he can see that I did ask the question, because I read about Sergeant Rogers and I don't want to be involved in that kind of gist. So I'll step back and
I have
let you
a
handle it.
different question for Vin, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead, because Vin is playing. Go ahead.
You mentioned Ghana, and I have a quarter of my family, about a quarter of my family is from Ghana. I just want to know, what is it with Western Togoland? Because most people, when they come online, they don't talk about Western Togoland. Why does Western Togoland exist, and why do they have an issue with being part of Ghana? And what does the Constitution of Ghana have to do with Western Togoland?
As I speak to you now, there is a group of people that have asked for their independence from the what they call Transvoter Togoland. They call them Transvoter Togoland. That there was a plebiscite that was conducted, but some people were not involved in that plebiscite that brought them from the Togoland, which was controlled by the German people, down to the Ghana, the old Gold Coast as it was called in those days. So, and there was an agreement as well, because these are some of the things you see when you want to, cheat a lot of people, then you begin to remove what we call history in the books, because we heard that these people had an agreement that once it is after 100 years or 50 years or thereabout, that they can be allowed to decide whether to be on their own or to still remain with the current Ghana. You see, so, and there is an agitation that is going on now, and they were rounded up as well, just like the way they are doing to the IPOBs in Nigeria. And there is talk ongoing, and I do not know how it is going to pan out. But all we know is that freedom is something that is accorded to everybody. If I said I don't want to remain in a particular place, please let me go. If you look at the Nigerian constitution, let me come back to what brought Midwestern states. Was it not referendum? In fact, here in Ghana, there are so many states that were created. What brought them? A referendum. Because I do not know the reason why that clause was removed from the Nigerian constitution. I do not know. Here, we conducted a referendum and people were asked, which state are you going to remain? And they voted, observed, conducted by the Electoral Commission in this country, and states were created. But in Nigeria, one day you wake up, you are in Rivers State. You wake up, you are in Adamawa State. You wake up, you are in Jigawa State. You wake up in Borno, you are in Yobe State. This is the problem that you have in Nigeria, bringing different people. Right here now in Ghana, we are still talking about it. And the way they are talking about it, in fact, you will enjoy it when you hear them speak about it and debate it, even in the court. So that is just the difference between us. We don't kill people anyhow. You kill one person here, you go in for it. If we can hold our president accountable, that is to tell you that Ghana, we've gone far. We've gone far in terms of good structure. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Well, before you go, you didn't answer the Sergeant Roger question. Okay. All right.
You want to
I want to go. Dr. Damages, I want to go, but if please, I hope you can get Aliyu back in.
Yeah,
And if
we
you
have
get
to make
Aliyu,
space. We have to make space.
I want to create the space. I want to create the space. So just follow up with the Muslim ticket.
Yeah,
and our Oga Ghana, no be saying that Ghana better pass that. Let's calm things down a little bit. We are still not that far from each other.
All right. Thank you. Blacker, thank you.
Wow.
All right. So it's been.
You see. Concerning Sergeant Roger, all of you know what happened. You know, when there were so many special forces that were created during that time. You see, and it is not something I will beg you to just permit me not to say most of the things here. So he was. I know him. I know him. He was my friend. And there are so many things. Look, let me tell you, I was brought up in a good home. Despite wearing the uniform and the military gun that I was given to go and fight people, I still have that human, sympathy. I still have that soul in me. Throughout all the wars that I fought, even in Nigeria, I've never killed anybody in Nigeria. I cannot. I kill people that I am faced with in the combat zone. And once I see you raise your hand, that hand you raise is a sign of surrender. I will never take your life. And that is one of the things, like one of my brother asked me, that is, I think my comrade, in the US or thereabout, my brother there, the extreme right on top. In Nigeria, it is obey the last order. If you don't obey the last order, they will charge you. That is what we call odlerum trial, and you will be charged for refusing to obey an order. In fact, it is worse when you are in the war front. If you refuse to obey an order, you can be court-martialed in the war front and killed. So it is in the Army Act. And there is no place in the Army Act that tells you not to obey orders. Obey the last command. That is why you see the soldiers do what they are doing. And that is the system. Just give them the instruction, they go in there. If I don't want to do that, my brother, I have options. I put in my paper, then I leave such organization. The organization that will ask me to look at my fellow people that doesn't have any weapon on them and shoot them, I cannot do that, my brother. That is the reason why I left when I was supposed to leave. But I don't even, by now, I left when I did not even supposed to leave, because with my level of education and exposure, I had the opportunity to rise to a staff officer. But I said no, I wouldn't take such thing and be killing people. Then I left. That was how I left. As for Sergeant Roger, but next time, my brother, Dr. Damages, we can speak to that, one-on-one.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I promise you we'll do that one-on-one. And
yes, sir.
Thank you, Vine.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, V.
I have to go now. Goodbye. Thank you so much. And I send my greetings from Ghana, please. Bye.
Yeah. All right. So while we wait for Leo to come back and other people who have been trying to join us, we have space now for 2 people, so you can. Let's welcome CM. CM, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Yeah. And Femi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
Okay. So we've had conversations before you joined, and part of what we were talking about was Atiku's interview, and the other one was the UN decision, the Human Rights Committee on Nnamdi Kanu. So Alu is trying to come back, but you can start. CM, what's your take on Atiku's interview if you watched it?
Yes, I watched the interview conducted by, I think, Ruben Abati and Tundu Victoria Biola, the late MKO's daughter. My take, my summary of everything is that interview is a whitewash. It does not make any sense to me. It's just a teleguided something, sort of It's more of a camouflage. The man wasn't coming clean on some of the questions. He's trying to parry them, or they were so soft in trying to interrogate him. For instance, on the issue of Wike and then the decision they reached, he said Governor Tom of Benue State told a lie that there was no committee, first. And secondly, by implication, there is the idea that there was 14/17 is not true. I don't know why the guy that man will be saying that. There was, so many people corroborated it. There was a committee set up to screen candidates for VP position. 17 of them, or people that participated, in the end, they brainstormed. And in the end, they came up with 3 names. Number one, overwhelmingly, 14 voted, 14 of them believed that it should be Wike, given his pedigree and what he means to PDP. It was handed over to him. However, I concede the fact that it is the prerogative of the presidential candidate to select or choose who will be his running mate. I concede that to him. But I've learned that any law you cannot enforce, there's no need for you to formulate it. If Atiku knows that he's going to, it is his prerogative. So why asking for a committee, or why asking people to screen? You could have done it yourself. Then in the end, you didn't choose who they recommended for you, which is also good, because you may decide that, okay, they decided to bring a devil, which you never agreed, even if, because a democratic process may also elect a dictator. You can also elect a thief, a rogue. But why I sort of lost, some respect to him is that for him to come and tell lie that the committee never existed. That is the point I'm making. You could form a committee in the end. You say this committee did a work that you did not understand. You set it aside, and they still go ahead and do what you want to do. That's fair enough. But do not deny the existence, saying that Governor Tom told a lie. Somebody who wants to be president of the country, that's not the mark of a statesman, if at all. So that is the angle I'm looking at it. You cannot deny that. You can say, yes, there was a committee, but you never know whether Wike bribed the committee or it wasn't, they were shady. Yes, I agree. It's just like saying there was an election, but it was rigged. On the day you say, oh, there was an election held on so day. True or false? True. But was it? He said, but it wasn't free and fair. But for you now to decide that no election was held on that day, nothing at all. So that is purely a different something they're talking about. So,
okay.
So that is a major contention in that what he said. And then regarding
hold on, Sam. We'll come back. Okay. Let's now that we have Aliyu back, so let's finish with that so that we don't know how long we have. So before he left, who was that? Kolata said had a question for you. I think if I could remember accurately, he was talking about the Muslim ticket. How that is playing out in the north. If I didn't get it right, anybody here who remembers exactly what he said can weigh in.
You are very right.
Okay, and then before you answer, Leo, let's hear if other people have questions for you, and they could all go ahead. Anybody?
Yeah, I do have a question. You did say that you were Fulani from the north. I want to have, because from the census, he did say that the Fulanis in the north are about 6% of the population. So, but it's really interesting that we see a lot of Fulanis at the helms of affairs when it comes to the north. And is it that you guys are mixed so much that you guys show up a lot, or you guys dominate a lot of higher position in the north? And how is that this is carried through democratically? Is it something that is normal for you guys to accept, or because you are Fulani? So from the point of view of the Hausas, why is it that they are not showing up? Because from what I gather, no Hausa man has ever ruled this country, and they have about 20 to 30% of the Nigerian population.
Okay.
So that's my question.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, good afternoon again, Dr. Damages. So just to add to what was asked, because I was watching when the other guy asked a question and Aliyah disappeared. There was also something I wanted to specifically know about how Peter Obi could actually make incursions into the hearts and minds of the Northerns generally, what he could do to win their hearts.
Okay. Anyone else before he answers?
Yes, my own question.
Alexi, Asiam, I'll come to you next. Alexi, go ahead. You are muted, Alexi. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know how many of us are in America, and we know who is called Farrakhan. He leads Muslims here in America. That man has been kind of very powerful in the speeches he makes about what he believes and the things that need to be put right in America. No one has ever arrested him for the strong words that he uses to express himself. He gathers his people, the fellow Muslims, they have their ceremonies and things, and no one has touched him for that. And if he does cross any of the lines of that goes against the law, definitely he will be summoned. But anyone listening to us from outside Nigeria and hearing us try to justify what has happened to Nnamdi Kanu, it will just tell the person the level in which we are in terms of civilization and freedom of expression. None of those words can hurt a fly that somebody is aggravated and he's expressing himself, even if he abuses this country. I mean, his country. This country is abused every day here in America. People burn flags. People say, they go to Texas. You hear them talk about being Lone Star. I went there to do some training, only to realize that I was in the midst of people who didn't care so much about me coming from Boston down to Texas to train. What I'm trying to say is, this thing where we keep saying, in fact, talking about tribalism, who made us the tribes we are? Why do we want to wipe it off and then create a new set of human beings in terms of our identity? Why can't we accept who God made us? If we have anything to exchange from others, we exchange it. Every time, the same people who are holding on to their tribes are telling others that they should not be tribalistic. None of us here is ashamed of who they are. It is only some groups that you want them to be ashamed of who they are and deny themselves. And you have successfully done it, because there are people who deny where they belong in Nigeria. Some change their names. They want to answer names like in the North so they can get something out of the system. So let's be careful. I mean, we're not being fair to ourselves. We're not even being sincere. So some of the excuses I've heard, or maybe criticizing what I said, it's not necessary, because I'm saying the reality. They say that truth is bitter. So when it comes out, it offends people. Let us be sincere and let justice reign. People will be killed in the East because they just identify themselves with a certain ideology. And somewhere else, people will shoot gun and explode and destroy, and they will be pardoned. What kind of country do you think that should be? I don't think we can be defending evil with those kind of lame excuses. But we are doing it. And even now, there was somebody who, at the time that Yaradua passed on, they didn't want to release the power to the next person. It took a woman to speak in the house, and she yelled at them, say, what are we doing? What does the Constitution say? Why can't Jonathan step up into the leadership of the country? Of course, he's not here again to see it. So there's something going on which all of us know. But if we are sincere and want to do it right, we must speak up when those things are happening.
Okay. Thank you, Alexi. We're looking for questions for Aliyu, please. Let's so that he can respond. Not comments now. Okay, go ahead.
I think he can start. While
Yeah, one more. CM, last one. That's the last one. Then we go ahead. CM.
Aliu, welcome to the platform.
Thank
to be
you.
honest, I have quite a lot of questions to ask you or maybe engage you, but because of the time we have, I will limit it to 2 simple questions so that you can note it down. Number 1.
Okay.
Is the Fulani an indigenous ethnic group in Nigeria? In the same manner, you will say the Yoruba is indigenous because they can trace their ancestry to Ile-Ife. The Igbos are indigenous because they can trace their ancestry, Ile-Ife in Osun State. The Igbos are indigenous because they can trace their ancestry to Nri, or maybe Nri in Anambra State. Or you can trace the Ijo people can trace their own to Nembe. So just to guide you. Then the second question is, the chap, a Fulani from Zamfara, will score 7% to get into King's College, Lagos. An Igbo chap, 11 years, the same age, must score at least 139 out of 200 to get to the same King's College in Lagos. Do you think this is marginalization in your heart of hearts? If not, what if you split it? You flip it over, let the chap from Anambra State score 7% to get to King's College, Lagos. Why the Fulani from Zamfara will be made to score 139? Wouldn't that be fair? Thank you.
All right, that's it. Okay, Aliu, over to you.
Okay, okay. Let me start with the last question about fairness in education. You look at the statistics. Educationally, Zamfara is backward. The statistics are damning, and they are not very good at all. So, to encourage people from Zamfara to study, probably they introduced this thing, but I'm not aware. I'm not too sure. But that is how it works. I studied education earlier in the first 10 years after independence. People from Yoruba land are sent to northern part of Nigeria to come and teach because they are considered more educated, more enlightened, so they know English better when it comes to Western education. Enlightened, educated in the sense of Western education when it comes to English, because the North is educated in its own right before the coming of the white man. They have been reading, writing, and doing their businesses in Arabic language. They have codes, market, and every other thing. But when it comes to English, they are very, very backward. So the Yorubas are very close to the West. So they know English better. They know any other field than the average Northerners. Maybe some of the enlightened Northerners are sent to the South as well. And then you can see it in terms of school fees also. You can find out that in your life here before, you pay, I graduated paying 7,000 Naira efficient here in the Federal College of Education. What do you call it? Futi, Modibarama University of Technology. Which at that time, people in other universities in the South are paying more, are paying 50, 100, 70. But they cut it to encourage the Northerners to go to school and study. And I will agree with me that when it comes to education, Western kind of education, the Southerners outperform the Northerners by some margin. And that is a fact. Okay, and then again, you are talking about the indigenous, being indigenous. You describe indigenous as someone who can trace his ancestry from some part of Nigeria as well. And then I think they did not suddenly sprout out of that place. I think they must have been from another place, or they must have been, the language was created as a result of combination of certain factors, we believe probably in migration theory or evolution theory. Nobody can say actually if you address Obama as if he's not indigenous American, then you will probably have a problem in America. Once you are a citizen, your ancestry doesn't matter. Bringing up ancestry matter is what is taking us backward again. Tribalism has eaten up in such a way that we unconsciously also do things that are tribalistic. That's one this question. Why? Are they indigenous? To prove which point exactly? Are they indigenous? Okay, they are not allowed to stay in Nigeria to contest for an office, to go to Nigerian school, or what? What is the point of being indigenous has to do with the progress of Nigeria? So long as their parents, my forefathers are here, my father is here. Even if I'm from Cameroon and my parents are from Cameroon, I'm born here. As a Nigerian, I have every right as any other Nigerian that claims to be indigenous or who can trace his ancestry from a certain geographical place in Nigeria. And then talking about the Muslim ticket, yes, it is probably widely accepted here in the north. But I want to ask this question before going forward. Maybe it's a rhetorical question. Has there any atheist or a traditional believer ever hold any kind of political position in Nigeria? Atheist or a traditional? We are governed by either a Muslim or a Christian. And I believe if they truly have faith and follow probably 50% of what their religion teaches about fairness and justice and kindness and stuff like that, Nigeria will not be talking about tribalism now and unstable fires, electricity supply, and then corruption and the like. Will have been better off. So those politicians are using religion when convenient. It should have been mostly Christian, to be fair, but politically it will be very difficult for a Christian to win an election in Nigeria, in northern part of Nigeria. They are not too marginal to some extent. You in the south or in the east are made to believe that the Christian in the north are way less than the Muslim population. The gap might not be up to 20% difference. It might not be up to, it might be maybe 10 or 8% difference. There are a lot of Christians in northern part of Nigeria. But if your message is that they are Muslims are majority, therefore they control everything, then it's up to you to believe that. You come to the north and see for yourself. So Muslim ticket is just for convenience. Tinubu considers that he is a Muslim minority in the south, so taking a Christian minority from the north will not favor him. It has nothing to do with religion at all. Though I also believe that representation matters, as the academics once said in some of his representation matters. But when it comes to politics, religion aside, people do what will favor them, what will make them win. Another thing that is it fair for Fulanis to be ruling over, as far as he's concerned, that no Hausaman has ever ruled Nigeria? You cannot tell the difference nowadays. And I think it can be traced back to the jihad Usman Danfodio waged. And that jihad too, I have an observation about it because it is politically motivated, not it has nothing to do with religion. If it is religion, he will have appointed other Hausa people to rule some areas where he deposed them, right? But he feel like he is a Fulani, therefore even the Fulanis he is appointing are not educated Islamically, but he feels like, that is why I say it is political, it is tribalistic. He did not appoint people based on merit, he appointed people based on tribe, and it has nothing to do with religion. Is that it has everything to do with power, and then they have their chance. And another thing is that as the years pass, Muslims, Hausas and Fulanis are so intertwined, are so integrated to the extent that that you cannot tell the difference. The father is a Fulani, the mother is a Hausa, and stuff like that throughout the lineage. There was a time in 2019, Atiku mocked Buhari. He spoke fully at a campaign rally. And he's saying that somebody claimed to be a Fulani, but he cannot speak Fulani. And Buhari did not deny it. He said, to be frank, I call myself Fulani, but I cannot speak Fulani. That is, if you go to Kano Kingdom, they call it Fulani. Before it is happened, meaning the tribal or non-diverse era. Now they call it Fulani. But the kings and even the family, even the house, they could hardly speak simple sentences. They can only speak Hausa and English. And that is how we are so intertwined to the extent that you will not be able to tell the difference. And it is being used as a political ploy because there is no, apart from that jihad, there is no historical connection or language connection between the Hausas and the Fulanis before the jihad. The Fulanis, yes, are coming here with their cows and they are being forced to pay some taxes which frustrate them and a bit gathering and ultimately to the jihad. But there is no connection whatsoever between Hausas and Fulanis. But in the south and in the east, they were fed this information that the north is a composition of the Hausas and the Fulani. So even if you are another tribe, you are considered minority because you have to force yourself to assimilate to be either Fulani or Hausa. That's why the lingua franca in the northern part of Nigeria is a Hausa language. So if Fulani take over the figurehead political power, the Hausas manage to make their language the most widely spoken language in that area. It is obvious that all other tribes, even if they are not Hausas, they will try.
Even if they are not Fulani, sometimes they will try as much as they can to be Fulani so that they will not be marginalized, especially during military era. As one of our speakers said, sorry, I lost audio. Let me see, please.
We can hear you.
Yeah, okay, I'm audible?
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so as one of the commentators just said, he said some people change their name just to get government. Yes, it was correct in northern part of Nigeria, especially during military era. Some people name their children Ibrahim, Aisha, Muhammad, Isa, because if the name is not that, they will not be able to get anything. And I think it has been part of our history. These are the issues that probably the Peter Obi types are trying to eradicate from our mind, that tribalism, that religion, let's be unified and be in one country. Let's identify as Nigeria, not as Fulani or Hausa or Muslim or Christian, because as far as I'm concerned, religion is just used as a political ploy and tribe is also used as political ploy. When they see they can get their way using religion, they will exploit that. If they say it is through their tribalism that we can get power, they will use it. That is.
Can I just say something? Okay. Because I think you have made it clear. Sorry, I'm really sorry because this one I really am interested in this, and I'm sure everyone is too. I think I really am happy to hear you talk so candidly about this. You actually addressed the point that most of this stuff, the religious stuff, has a political dimension. I've always said that the political dimension is the reason why you see that disparity. Now, the question is, because you said that they are mixed now, but yet in the census, there are people that claim to be Fulanis, which are clearly a minority than the ones that claim that they are Hausa. So how is it that no one that has claimed to be Hausa has emerged? So if there's a democratic deficit in the north, what can be done to redress that? Because if majority of people say they are Hausas in the north and nobody has emerged there as a leader of this country for 60-something years or so, how do we deal with that democratic deficit?
That.
Yeah, because the Southeast is having the same problem, and with the democratic deficits, and clearly this is something that is in the north too, and is from what people think is that it has something to do with the religious dimension, because they use the religion as a political tool. And if you want to fix that, how does one go about it? Thank you.
Okay, we have to round up this line of conversation and maybe round up this show. We are pushing to 4 hours, but let me if there are other questions, if there are no other questions, I have some that are from what I'm reading in the comment section for you, Abubakar, so I can round up. But I would want other people, if you have any other question for him, you can ask before I ask him 2 questions. Anybody?
My own question is that Abubakar said that because of the educational deficiency in the North, that was why they always give more opportunity to them when it comes to a quota system or something like that. But the Northern leaders have known this for years. What are they doing to right the wrong? Because they can't say they don't know. And we see a lot of Almajiris growing up every day, a lot of people on the street that are supposed to be in the school. The Northern leaders, as it may, I don't even want to, clarify or classify Fulani or Hausa. I see every one of them as Northerners, and they should all rise to protect the interest of the North, be it as it may, except some part, like forefathers say, they are trying to be selfish or just hold on to it forever. You understand? So my question specifically is that what are the Northern leaders doing in order to correct that anomaly of educational disadvantage that many of their youths or their children, even yet unborn, are still coming to inherit? Must we continue?
I think the commentary behind, just one moment, please. The commentary behind this question asked by Kayode is to say that because every 4 years in the Olympics, a Jamaican will come first in 100 meters. Therefore, to punish them, you have to tell somebody to start from the starting point.
Let Abubakar answer, please.
I'm coming. Because he justified the essence of telling somebody who couldn't score 139, even if he scores 120, you deny him opportunity and give somebody who scored 7.
I don't want us to preempt this man. He's also part of us. The guy
is being honest. Stop trying to bring up all those
exactly. Let's be
There's nothing. It's a reality because he said Igbos are not marginalized, that they are free, trading all over the country. That is the meaning of marginalization.
Can you just leave it? Let him answer, please.
Allow me. I have to state my own case, just like you are stating yours.
Okay.
When he says people are not marginalized, it's my right to speak.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Let me ask my
more
question.
Igbo than me.
Okay, Ralph, we have not said anything in a while.
So my question is also tied to education, and you mentioned Ali. Do you go by Abubakar or Ali? Which one do you prefer, by the way?
Abubakar.
Abubakar. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for all you've been saying. It's been insightful. So you brought up Goodluck Jonathan earlier and how he was perceived, but he also was the first person that I know of to bring Almajiri schools. So how was that perceived? Was that not seen as a solution or as a good thing? Or was that seen as a bad thing? Because in my opinion, I thought that was something that was the seed, the beginning of the seed that would have been helpful to tackling the Boko Haram ideology. So thank you.
Okay, Femi.
Okay. First of all, Dr. Damages, I want to plead my case. You've just marginalized me. I barely said. So maybe you allow me state my own case, and then I'll pivot into a question. Can I go with that?
We're trying to round up. Okay, go ahead. Make it brief.
All right. Well, I'll just remind you that I've been marginalized, but I'll make it shorter. So maybe some quick talking points. To the Atiku interview, I barely could even start watching it before I just shut it down. And it was down to something I just remember, and I tried to find a quote from Napoleon Bonaparte, where he said, stupidity is not an handicap in politics. And it's at times like this that you see all kind of people, even those that we know their antecedents, come out and, they don't even pretend anymore. So I'll leave it at that. Now, with respect to the fact that there's something Kayode said about the North being the North, the same thing. In a country where isn't this divisive, I would have understood that point But again, I like to flaunt the fact that I was born and I lived in Kaduna for a long time. I'm a proud Kadunite, even if I'm not, I mean, by ethnicity, I'm not from there. I'm proud to say I was born there. I'm from there. South, I mean, what's happening in Kaduna today for me continues to be a case study of the general North and Nigeria as a whole. And up to the point of, if we don't address the fact that just as it is done in Switzerland, for example, where they do understand that they're not exactly the same, because first you are a nation before you're a country. I cannot deny the fact that I'm Yoruba, despite the fact that I was born in Kaduna and all that, even though I still hold to those memories. Now, the point is this: a lot of people don't realize, and it's sad that we don't have history in Nigeria anymore. It's sad. A lot of people do not realize that most of the several, is it 400 plus ethnic cities that you have in Nigeria, most of them are from the north. There's a lot of tribes that, there was a day I was telling my younger cousin, because I like to teach people as well, different things. I was showing her several ethnicities that she's never heard before. And I've done this with several people as well. Then they're like, oh, so this exists in Nigeria as well. I'm like, I'm sorry, you think you know Nigeria, but you know nothing about Nigeria. So, but that's on the side. Now, but to now pivot to my question, so that I keep it, I round off now. Aliu, I share the same, a lot of the same sentiments that you've expressed. And again, this has nothing to do with me being Yoruba. I have a lot of friends from the north. I'm proud to say that. However, do you agree with what I'm about to, my opinion, with respect to the fact that the northern elites are the ones that are responsible for the way, the backwardness of northerners generally? The reason why I say this, Dr. Damage, I went to some of the most brilliant people I've met in my life are from the, I'm telling you for free, are from the north, cerebrally intelligent. In fact, I remember as of 2006 or thereabout, the first class student in, I think it was Coventry University or so in England. She's from the north. She went to school in Nigeria in the north, the same north. So, I just wanted to see whether you agree with me about the fact that the northern elites are the reason why the north is the way it is when it comes to educational backwardness. I rest my case.
All right, thank you. I don't know.
Are there more questions, or I should go ahead?
Okay. Well, let me from the comments I'm reading, I'm trying to come up with a question that will frame it. So somebody wanted to push forward on the same thing that CM was talking about in terms of the pass mark, what you need to get into unity schools in Nigeria, where people from certain parts of the country, they have to score a minimum of 139, some people with 6. The question he has is this, that we've done this for 30 years. It has not helped that people from Zamfara still have to get low minimum score to get in. Wouldn't it be better to try something different? Maybe it's actually encouraging them not to try harder, because that we believe that anybody can do good if they work harder. So that's the question. Don't you think that you've tried something for 30 years, it hasn't changed anything? Shouldn't something else be done? But the other question that somebody mentioned is, what do you think that the Southerners, because most of the time when we have this opportunity to have this kind of conversations, most people here are Southerners. What do you think that Southerners don't get when they look at the North? What is it that they always miss? And I will appeal to you, if you have friends who want to, maybe we can bring out a day in a month where we will just have across ethnic conversations, because I think this is very enriching in terms of people knowing where other people are. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me start with the last question. Your comment first. Is there a proof that we have tried this for 30 years and we didn't achieve anything? See, the level that we have tried 30 years, subsidizing their school fees, the northern school fees, cutting off their marks, and we are still here. What do you think will have happened had it been we have not been subsidizing would it have been worse? Yeah, we are here despite subsidizing the school fees, the tuition fees, despite giving cutoff mark, lower cutoff mark as compared to the other part of the country, and we are still here. Yeah, we've produced some of the brilliant minds, as Femi has mentioned,
And it is through this system. Some of us are really, really poor. The school fees is high. We will not even be having chance to go to school because our parents will not pay. They are still have this belief that Westernization corrupts people religiously. So somebody with this notion, and you are giving, he is always looking for an excuse not to send his child to school. The more money you said he should pay before he goes to school, the more you say, see, they are going to corrupt your children, and yet they are collecting money from you. What will you sell? You sell your cow and send your child to school? No, and especially in Fulani context. I know of many Fulanis in my village. They would rather lose their child than lose one cow. Lose a child, a human being, than lose one child. They value their cows, and you want him to sell that cow and send somebody to school, a child that will not come and help him rear those cows in the bush. We have tried. Yeah, maybe if they're through this kind of discussion, probably we might come up with a solution that, okay, since we've tried that and we only managed to achieve maybe 25% of our objective, can we try something else that will probably get us a better result, like the Almajiri school Jonathan proposed? It is a good thing, very, very good. It will help the North. But we have in northern Muslims who encourage Al-Majris that will beg on the street instead of sending them to school and having teachers to teach them, and then suddenly he don't like it. Yeah, there may be an error because the South might think we are doing you a favor. We've done this. We build school for you. We pay your teachers to go and teach there. But if you look at the religion setup in the North, also there is a division and bitter rivalry between the Izala group, the Shia group, and the Tariqa group. So all of them want to send their children to that Al-Majri school, but they will not like another sect to teach their children. How will they? They'll say, okay, this is a government property. Everybody have a equal right to join. But who will be the teacher there? So you cannot be teaching them conflicting ideas, right? You cannot say, okay, this man go and teach Tariqa, and then later somebody will go and teach Izala view. These are, you see this as minor thing, but this thing plays a very, very, very significant role in the North. Somebody will come from Morocco, a sheikh will come from Morocco and will tell you, if you vote for this person, you will go to heaven. And most of them, many people, even the so-called educated, because Sanusi Lamido Sanusi also belongs to that order, the Tariqa order, or somebody will just come up and tell you that God told me to tell you this. If you don't do this, this will happen to you. And you cannot say Sanusi is an idiot or is not educated, but he knows the political importance and the implication of joining that group. So the power he will have if he is in that group, then you can see where I'm coming from, our education thing. From the South, yes,
Okay, I think, are you still there? I think his connection.
I think he froze. Oh
I
no!
must say,
Yes, we lost him.
this guy
Okay.
is a gem.
Hold
There are not that many people.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back. Let's hear a better person.
Ali Abubakar, are you back?
Hello? Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And you see where I'm going, the direction I'm taking, and then compare saying that cut off month is not good because Olympic, you cannot say this person is not running fast, therefore punishing by doing this. There is an ongoing debate about the transgender issue. A person who transitioned from male to female or from female to male, and then says he want to participate in the Olympics. Let's say maybe Usain Bolt just said, I'm no longer a man, I want to be addressed as her. And then he wants to have his own right to participate in female 100-meter. Will that be fair? This game is not about politics. It's not a political issue to be solved. It's about knowing your category and then
having a certain criteria that everybody must meet before you should participate. But in political issues, there are things like that that are happening. If somebody, we want to have a united country and where everybody can, where we can all understand each other. So, but one side is lagging behind. How do you bring that side up so that we will have a united, we will have a productive discussion about the national issues that that concern us? Oh, so by common sense, you think that, okay, they are lagging behind. We have to pity them and do something about it. Maybe even if it is not a cutoff mark, maybe cutoff mark has not even discouraged them. It doesn't encourage them to go. Zamfara State, very backward. Adamawa too, very backward educationally. So they are backward as it is now, subsidized. What do you think will have happened? The Boko Haram will have doubled probably, and it will not only disturb the north. Probably northerners by that time will be accustomed to everything Boko Haram. The parts that are not used to those kind of violence will be the target. Even if the nation is divided, if there is a problem in your neighborhood, you will not sleep at night. Then, okay, how do you ensure that, okay, there is stability in our neighborhood, and then we can all have at least maybe 60-40. And then even if you see it as okay, northerners are inferior, that is why there is this cutoff mark. Yes, northerners already have this perception in their head that the South sees them as illiterate. So therefore, whatever they have to do, whatever they have to do, they will do to prove the point. And then northern leaders are responsible for that. Yes, educated people will not serve their political interests. So what will they do? They must institutionalize probably literacy. Maybe that will help them. And what I just said, a check will come from somewhere and then tell you, you do this, this is it. And it helps somebody. You want that same person to also say, okay, let people get educated and use their common sense. I say, it's a common human being like me. Why will he come from somewhere and order me to do something in my own country? If you start reasoning that way, it will not be good for us politically. And about Fulanis, nobody has identified as Hausa and then really not. Yeah, sometimes identifying as Fulani somehow bestows some kind of leverage, maybe advantage. So okay, Fulanis, all of them. There is probably two group of Fulani. Some you know them as cattle rearers, right? And then some of them that you see in public are probably either highly intellectuals or have a very significant political position. So there is this probably a kind of inferiority complex to those Hausa guys. So since they conquered us, they rule. We have been glorifying them. Even if my dad is Hausa, my mom is Fulani. If I identify as Fulani, I will have a better chance of getting this than identifying as a Hausa, because I know being Fulani will not be a problem from Hausa land. And then Fulanis, there is no single state that is even being controlled by the Fulanis. Is there? There's no state that is any majority Fulanis. There are mixed up. That's why I say these things have their roots in politics and religion. And there is another thing that probably make the Fulanis rule, because if this is a fact, if a Fulani man with his cattle and his family comes to a town, he will not settle at the middle of the town. That the king in those days, that the king will be giving him orders and rule over him. He will just introduce himself to the king, but he will go out there miles away from the main town and build his own house. Gradually, he will have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and the king will start noticing him and probably give him a traditional title that he will be controlling his people, because he will not send somebody from the main town to come and control him. So from there, you will see how they achieve political significance. And most of them that do that Islamically educated. And then, if in Hausa land most of the time, if you are not educational, I mean, if you are not Islamically educated, you will send your children to go and study under a Malam, a Fulani man. And then he will be teaching them, they will have respect for him, and gradually you will see where the power swings. He will be telling them about God and teaching them, and then gradually everybody will be, they will be respecting him. He have control over his people, and as the city grows, I mean, as his people also grow, he will be noticed. If one of his children decide to contest or any electoral position, the student that came to study under him, that respected him, even if he passed away, his child contesting for a political post, those Hausa people will still elect him because they respect him. He is Islamically educated. This is how they've been doing it over the years. I'm a Fulani man, and I'm telling you that is how it works. That is what makes them significant. Another thing is that that inferiority complex also, when we talk about, if a Hausa man is describing a beautiful person, girl or a man, they will say is beautiful as Fulani. So they are even feeling proud to have a Fulani as a wife. So with these kind of things that have been going on for years, you can hardly see a regime in Nigeria that will not be having Fulanis playing a significant role. And they are all equal as other Nigerians, maybe intellectually and religiously. They are as equal as a Yoruba person that studies in Harvard. They also go to Harvard, some of them. And then most of them have the same mindset. As I said earlier, we have not been ruled by any atheists for over 60 years of our independence. We have been ruled by religious people. And if religion is actually in their mind, practicing only 50%, believing even 50% of what those religious teaches, the morality of religion, I mean, the justice and fairness and equity and whatever, we will not be even talking about this. We will not be talking about power. We will not be talking about clean water. We will not be talking about hospital. This just 50%. So what I see is that all of them are equal. We fight about Fulani. Where is you are indigenous? Where you are not from this country? You are from there. You should not be doing this. You are Muslim. You are Christian. You are this. We'll be fighting over it. They will be shaking hand and laughing. In Dubai or in America or in France, their children will be shopping together. They all send their children to the same elite school, which we do not have the chance. I think if the Peter Obi ideology will come to the north, and then if actually it is true with that spirit, and then we can have a government that actually is trying to do something about tribalism and religion and inclusiveness and fairness and justice, then I think that would be a very good starting point. Thank you.
Wow. All right.
I think.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me let you talk.
Wait.
Oh my goodness. This is a lecture.
I think the guy is a gem. I have to give it to him.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So this is the kind of thing that you don't script, and we have this kind of thing so that people hear from other people. That's why we say have your say. And I do enjoy when you hear from people that you don't typically hear from. It doesn't mean they don't exist. It doesn't mean that people don't have answers to whatever questions we are raising. And it doesn't mean the answers are right or wrong, but sometimes because you don't know it, you don't know it. If you don't know it, you don't know it. Abubakar Aliyu, thank you so much for this contribution. And you know, when we do this, we learn a lot.
I still have more questions, so
no, not today.
Can you stay in the after session?
Hold on. You know that there's someone who has not said anything. He's been here for a long time.
Zaki, isn't it?
I feel bad, but these are the kind of things that happen when you know. But what I'm saying is this: people may not appreciate what we are doing here, but I think sometimes you go back and rewatch some things, contributions of some people here, and it's something that we have to find a way to preserve. And anyway, let's take a break. When we come back, we think about what keeps you up at night. And Zaki, I'll come to you. You have to tell us what you think about Atiku and everything we've been talking about. I didn't forget you, but the way things were going, we were just
Why not end with Zaki since he hasn't spoken all day?
Okay, Zaki, go ahead. Go ahead. Before we go on break, unmute yourself.
Zaki is talking. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I say that it might be a bit controversial from my own aspect, having listened to you guys for a very long time. But the last speaker seems to be very, very interesting, Atiku Abubakar. CM said something about issue of quota or whatever. But indirectly, that's exactly what we've just practiced now. Do you know why? I don't know much about other people, but it seems that most of the participants are mostly from the south. So we seems to be giving this guy, Atiku Abubakar, almost 30 minutes or 40 minutes, It's not that we can't just afford to do that, but we try to carry people along in a way. But back to your point, I want to comment on Lazy. He said something initially, and it seems he was partially, tackled by forefather. But I understand the point of forefather. But why couldn't we be kind of open-minded towards some certain issues? Because that Mr. Lazy, the Lazy there, elderly by sort of, he made a lot of sense. He made a lot of sense. And the Southerners and Easterners might be trying to come in defense of Nnamdi Kanu for whatever might be their reason. They have right to do that. As well as the Northerners, they have right to do that if they happen to be on their own side. Look at what happened in South Africa during the apartheid government. In as much as we are celebrating Nelson Mandela today, it's not actually what it is, but he was lucky to be at that podium because the apartheid government calls him a political nuisance, while the people of the South African calls him a freedom fighter. So how do you balance the equation? It depends on where you are being favored. Understand? So issue for Nnamdi Kanu or federal government, we shouldn't be taking what the federal government is talking about him. The other people from the other side, no matter what the federal government labeled it, because we all saw what happened at his residence, we all saw the Python dance, it was broadcast all over the world. We heard that. So any person that will be in defense of the federal government on that aspect, is maybe but not really trying to be sincere to himself or to the Nigeria at large. Just like Sondo Igbo, it's not that the Southerners or the other part of Southerners trying to gain sympathy or sympathizing with the West Yorubas so that they will have to be. No, Sunday who did what he did, and for him to be chased out of the country, whereas all these thousands, these killings are happening in the northern part without any single arrest or anybody being, portrayed at the forefront of the it's very, very obvious that the system is not balanced. Let's tell ourselves the simple truth. Then on this issue of Atiku, Ali, I will first of all ask you not to be offended because in this program, people from your area seems to be very few. They don't participate much. That's why whenever someone from your area happens to be, thousands of people have questions for you. Dr. Damis, do you remember when forefather? Do you remember when Mustafa came on this program? One guy, Mustafa, he came from maybe he was from he's from America or something. Do you remember him, Mustafa?
Yeah.
Some time ago. That's our last month ago, So that is so. If you can be fair enough, at least I know that you have friends. Invite your brothers to this program. Invite your brother to this program. Nigerians need to put heads together because the way things are going, nobody seems to be happy.
Because I'm Alpha Hausa.
No, that was my nickname when I used to play football. Remember when John Zaki was playing for Nigeria? So I took the name after him anyway. in the
I'm just
80s, you know.
I'm also from the north. I'm just letting you know it's
No, 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 no. I understand. I understand. Yeah, that name used to keep confusing a lot of people, you know. Like this guy again, he made a point about water. Let's tell ourselves the truth. It's all about equality and fairness. But having said that, remember, one of our major reasons of being together today is because of our colonial masters. Well, those guys, in as much as they did what they did, they were not stupid. One guy, was it you, Femi, that said that before you become a country, become a nation? That is a very good point. No matter how we try to integrate, issue of tribalism and religion can never be neglected. So far, that enclave called Nigeria is concerned. Anybody that tries to jettison that point must be misleading the whole 250 million people, 220 million people per se, you know. And what other point did he make about point of going to school with 7% or 8%? Then we are equal. If you consider everybody equal, let everybody, you know, compete on equal ground, on neutral grounds, without any sentiment of ethnicity, tribalism, linguistic, whatever. But it's not like that, because what I'm trying to say is this: this history that was removed from the school, what is it called? What is this thing that I call it? Curriculum, you know, curriculum, you know. This is a very big step back. Dr. Damage, don't forget, whenever I'm in this program, I keep hammering on that point. There must be a deliberate intention. Our children, yet unborn children, to be whitewashed. Because if you don't know your history, you don't know where you're going to. Remember, the British have the chance of moving up with West African, this Nigeria, in three different parts, this north, middle, and the south, before they were amalgamated in 1914 by Lugard. You understand? Hello? But when Nigeria was amalgamated in 1914 by Lugard, they were still contemplating, how are we going to deal with these people? It's just like what Mr. Vine said before. He was saying something about Ghana. I was here listening. These guys are talking about 9 million people, 2 million. You can't just compare all these countries with. Do you know what is Nigeria? Nigeria is not just a country of 30 million people, 50 million people. You know, Ghana, I don't think there is up to 50 million. They are not, right? I don't think. Maybe they are about 20-something million. Even Togo is about 9 million. Do you know what is 9 million? You know, so you are comparing Nigeria with things like that. So what I'm trying to say, in essence, is this: 1914, when they were amalgamated, they got confused more. And remember, we happened to come together as a result of greed on the aspect of the colonial masters, because if they happens to give gap, the French were approaching from the other side. They were just scrambling for African continent. So the more you can gather, the more you keep for yourself. That's why normally the British government has no plans of joining Nigeria together as one country. The fact is there up to today. They know that these people are never the same people, and they can never live together. So they try to whatever they can do without their mind, just to make that as a kind of a one nation. Then 25 years after, under the rulership of Bernard Bullion, that was in 1939. He was the guy that introduced true federalism to Nigeria. Why should he introduce that? Because he knew from how being sure that these people cannot work together. So let them depend on their regional governance and resource management.
All right.
Can I go on? Okay. I have 1,000 awards. But meanwhile, Ali.
I know.
No, he is a special guest, you know. I appreciate other people as well, but please next time come with your friends, you know, relative to this program, you know. And for further, I like the way you provoke, you know, you add fires to our conversation all the time here, you know. So I like that. That's why this keep kind of warm and affectionate whenever we are sharing ideas together. So I thank you for now. So Maybe we'll come back after the break. Articulate.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zaki. We take a break, and when we come back, we round up with what's keeping you up at night. What keeps you up at night, so that we can the opportunity for you to comment on other things you left out. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
My people, look here. Facebook like Facebook. I go see Lisa, I go see a chameleon. Time don't come for us to wake up. My people, it's not time for action. Yeah. No more talk. We know how. Yeah. Leaders, we don't tire. This situation.
Give me my person.
Them say the way you lay your bed, and so you go lie on top. When you sell your vote, not poverty, you dey invite to make you shine your eye.
Make you don't sell your photo, no shishi for bride. If you talk to say, and I talk to say, no shishi for bride. Oh, you say, no shishi for bride. You say, no shishi for bride. If you search unity, sell your tomorrow.
Good health and education.
Them say, the way you lay your bed, that's so you go lie on top. They go try to bribe you with chichi, make you know say your future for chichi. They go surely take them back with profit, now you go suffer. Suffer, Naija. Monkey go the walk, bamboo go the shop. Say that's what we go there. You don't sell your photo, no shishi for bride.
If I do my part and you do your part,
no shishi for bride. Make we play our part and we build this land. No shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride. You say no shishi for bride. Nigeria go better.
Corruption kill us, bribery finish us. Last, Chiku still got us. Who won't change Nigeria but us?
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's been a wonderful day. We've done 4 hours. We want to round up by going back to our typical question: what keeps you up at night? It's an opportunity for you to, if you have anything you forgot to say or any comment or anybody you want to attack in a subtle way, it's an opportunity for you to do that. All right. So, Kaide, what keeps you up at night?
Unmute yourself.
Kaide, unmute yourself. Kaide, you can't hear me?
I think he muted himself and muted himself again.
Hello?
Yeah, Kaide, go ahead. What keeps you up at night?
Well, what keeps me up at night, like I've said severally on this show, it's nothing but how to get permanent solution to Nigeria as a nation. Because I believe there can still be solution. Because many of us that have left the country, we are not being able to sleep with our 2 eyes closed every day. Why? Because the problem of Nigeria is also our own problems here. I always tell people, you may think that you have escaped the problem, but what of the pressure that you are under because of your relatives, your brothers, sisters, grandchildren? And also, we have a lot of resources in Nigeria that can make that country better, if only we can get it right via leadership. And that is why I want to advise, as I sign out here on this program today, all of us are on this program. We are intellectuals. We are highly educated people. We are very articulate. We are vocal. And we can change things whether we are in Nigeria or not. So we need to invest more of our time and resources in educating our people back home, because even if we want to partake in the change system, we don't have the opportunity. Some of us are here, we cannot even go back home to vote. The only thing we can do is what we are doing here. And when we are doing it here, let us not focus more energy to increase the fire of tribalism and religious bigotry, because that's what I see when some of us speak. We believe that Nigeria is finished and therefore everybody has to go on his way. But it cannot happen the way we look at it, because it's a complex issue. Even if we have to go on our way, there must be a process. So without wasting time, and to give other people opportunity to round off too, I want us to invest more of our time on how we can educate our people back home, so that when they want to vote, let them vote wisely and educate every of their family members to vote for the right people. Don't let them vote on sentiment or on tribalism or religious bigotry. Let them vote for the man that can do the job. If it is Peter Obi, ask what it takes to change the country. That's the best we have for now. If that's your opinion, educate your people to vote for him. If you think it's Tinubu, if you think it's Atiku, do what is right, because that is the little thing we can contribute to change the system. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, what keeps you up at night?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rudy, for this opportunity every now and then to be on this show. Today, I'm so glad that Leo came on the show. This is what I've been saying for so long. The fact that you think you know what you know, somebody else knows something you don't know in another word. I told you guys the definition of Boko Haram, meaning Western education is not welcome. That is the meaning, and I've said it on this show before. So I think let us start looking at education not just because we learn English and then we can speak English fluently than the other people, and we can demonize them based on that value. Education, he said to us that education in that as the Western education come from the west of Nigeria, which is in mention Yoruba oftentimes. So let us use this platform to tell people that how do we get along as a people of this country? And the only way we get along is to say that let us learn each other. What you are speaking, and you call them several times, anima, all these educated people, and Majiri, they have their own way of understanding life. It's about being content. You are content with who you are. Even if you have a mansion, we have seen billionaires in America that hang themselves. So it's about the value that you are brought up, that you also extend to others. That this is who I am, and it's all about love and humanity. This thing will not help us when we continue to say, oh, it's about Hausa, it's about Igbo, it's about Yoruba. When we are talking all those talk and it's about religion, of course, all of those play part. But then let us focus on the bigger issue, and not these petty things that divide other politicians and religious leaders use often to divide us. We are one nation. I believe in one Nigeria, and we'll see what happens.
All right, thank you so much. Alexi, what keeps you up at night? Alexi, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What keeps me up at night is that we are yet to be honest to ourselves as Nigerians. If we are, when we become honest, we will find a better solution that will be long lasting, not just patch, which is what we have been doing. When the British amalgamated Nigeria, for them it was an experiment. But when they started, they got more than they wished out of it, and so they kept it going. They have had this vision of us having problems way ahead of us. They knew that it was a difficult thing to do because they are in Europe. They saw how different groups could not mix. No group is lauding itself on another group in the entire Europe. Even the place that attempted it for a while, we all saw what happened. They had to break up and they are on their own today. Now, in the case of Nigeria, we have tried. I have relatives from the north, cousins from Sokoto. I schooled in Lagos. I learned Yoruba first before my own language in Igbo. I have friends that I still maintain today in that part of the country. I went to Austin School, Yaba, in Montgomery, for those of you who know Lagos. I read Alawiye, I read Igbo Irumale. I read all those books. Today I can write Yoruba. I can speak it. I can even make proverbs. I love those people that connected with me while I was growing up. I still have connection to them. Now, what I have seen happening to Nigeria, I can't compare it to that time. Nigeria has continued to disintegrate. Nigeria has continued to become a problem for every Nigerian. And then in it, I have seen injustice. I have seen hatred. I have seen collective conspiracy against people because of where they come from. Anytime we meet people say, oh, forget about your tribe. You cannot forget about your tribe. God made you to have that tribe, that language, that culture. I respect everything that everyone has had to explain about their own people, especially Ali. What he was explaining, I respect his people for that. They should keep it if that's the way they enjoy life. But then what that has been doing to us in Nigeria is like trying to suppress some groups because you have a different viewpoint, because you have a different religion. Nobody has threatened anybody from the South about being having another religion. So all these differences, I respect them. But then I have concern that we have become so rotten that coming back to where we were is a very difficult thing. We have gone beyond where we are today before. We had a working railway system that would leave from Lagos and they will tell you to get to Kano at a certain time in the following day. And if we get there at that time, people come out to railway stations to wait for their people because they know the time it will arrive there, and it worked. Things were working until the British themselves were surprised and became jealous too. Of course, with how things were going, eventually we found ourselves where we are today. There is bitterness, my people. And that bitterness came as a result of people who have suffered as a result of this heat we are in, saying, oh yeah, we can all get along. The British people who gave us independence, they were not happy when we took the independence. What did they do? They said, okay, Commonwealth. And today we have Commonwealth. We meet sometimes. My suggestion is this. Let us peacefully decide on how we can move apart from this heat we are in, and then have a Commonwealth kind of structure where we can help one another. Before God and man, I came down from Abuja airport. The boy who put the truck for me should be in school. I asked him, I said, why are you not in school? He said if he goes to school that his boss will kill him. I said, what? I said, look, I want you to go to school and I will pay your fees. Can you please tell your boss that I took his name, I took everything. Somebody told me, said, if you try to do what you are saying to that boy, you are going to make life difficult for him. That's their culture. Don't interrupt it. I didn't know that every morning they send them out to go and beg, to go and do those kind of things and bring home the money. So we have very divergent values, culture, and things we do. As long as we keep coming together, some people will be feeling inferior, some people will be feeling angry, and all these things will continue to create tension between us. Now, if we can sit down together, round table, like we were talking with that gentleman, Ali, and he explained to us, and some of us are learning for the first time how they live. Why can't we do that as the country or the nation or the geographical expression that we are as people that are coming from the same government? Let us give ourselves freedom and then cooperate from our free position. That is what is keeping me awake. But then, even if Obi or whichever government comes in now have learned their lesson and they want to put it in shape, I tell you, I have my fear about when whoever is going to do that will finish. Because I gave you an example again. Obi did it in Anambra State. Why didn't the next person that took over power from him sustain that virtue that he brought into governance? It fell apart. So is it sustainable when we keep saying that, okay, we're going to do it differently? It's not. So that's my point. Let us sit down and decide how we will live on. I don't believe that any magic now will solve our problem. We have been too long together look at the number of people being killed every day in the East. And you want me to think that it's okay. After killing those people, you still want them to come and be one country with you and say it's okay. No, let us go. We can still help ourselves when we are gone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please, if I call on you, make it brief. 1 minute. We
There's a lot to talk about. Anyway.
I know always, but we have another Wednesday, another Saturday. Everybody, yeah. Okay.
Dr. Dameji, this show should be every day.
Yeah, you pay me.
You cannot pay me to run it every day. I do it for free.
Doctor, you are adding people at the last minute.
That's my service to Nigeria.
No,
I'll do it for you for free.
Okay, I added you just to say goodbye to everybody, not to comment. Femi, what keeps you up at night?
Okay. So a couple of things. Borrowing.
1 minute.
I'm just gonna be brief. I'm just brief. Don't worry. I'm just brief.
Okay.
Don't worry. So we've learned a lot of phrases in recent times. And right now, I'm beginning to realize that we now have a new phrase. I never knew there was something called upcoming bishop. So that is the level to which we've how ridiculous. It's funny, but you know what they say: if you don't cry, you laugh. It's sad, and as much as it's funny, it's also painful that this is where we are right now. But basically, to round up, from over 4.7 trillion spent in just 2 quarters of this year on fuel subsidy, because that's the other term that we're dealing with now. We're being told by next year it's going to come up to 6.3 trillion naira. It makes me worried. It doesn't even matter whether it's a Peter Obi or no Peter Obi. It's sad. It just makes me worried. But I'll just keep it at that.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we continue, I have one of those
upcoming bishops.
Those who know how much they need to know before they know.
Money from being acting as a bishop. Something that I had no idea. All right. Zaki, what keeps you up at night? Are you still there, Zaki?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dameji. I'll be brief. But next time, as the moderator, maybe there will be a new rules in this program. Yeah. Hello.
Is that what keeps you up? Is that what keeps you up at night?
No. But just like what happened to me today, I only appeared on the program just to keep watching for almost 1 hour. So if we can't be doing it 3 minutes or something, or after 5 minutes, one person should buy that.
So that I will use
Okay, it's all about this. It's all about this security issues. We should try very hard to make sure that it works this time around. And the one guy says something about we should try to overlook some certain aspects of the problem. They are called a kind of ethnic bigotry, religious bigotry, or something like that. But please, I'll still refer us to always be going back to history. Remember, Nigeria got its independence in 1960. But that wasn't when the independence was pushed. It was pushed prior before 1960. It was that same Northerners that rejected that. Do you know their reason? Because of the topic we had today, they say that our people are not yet ready. You can compare them with the Southerners. And what happened? They were still carried along. So that all of us have to achieve this in one day. And what happened again? They've called for this thing twice. When Agui Ironsi was killed on the this man, what's that his name? Yakubu took over. Sorry, my 1 minute almost gone. You know, you know, a lot of points to make, but I don't really know what to do.
Never win.
Okay, let's concentrate on this security something and try to vote in the best man with the best ability, capability, and vision to rule the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was my take. Good.
Ovie, what keeps you up at night?
Hey, what keeps me up at night these days? How come Kosoko take win presidency? That's what keeps me up at night. But on a more serious note, what keeps me up at night? The fact that they deliberately take history out of our schools. But again, in an age of information, ignorance is a choice, right? And this idea that when you have a good command of the Queen's native language, you are educated or civilized, or because you obtain a certificate as a doctor or anything, you are more educated than the other person that have the alternative education. What am I trying to say? Well, I'm sure that Aliu has gone. Even the Alimanjiri system is an education system. But John Abba can bear me witness. Yes, they are bastardizing, pushing kids to the street to come and beg, but it's an education system. If you follow them well, like being among them, I know how they run it. Yes, they don't turn out to another thing. Again, this history of the thing, I will advise us to go and read a book by Dele Ogun called The Fatherless People. He has done a good job. Dele Ogun, by the way, is the elder brother to our former Minister of Finance, that is Kemi. He has done a good job to actually take us back in terms of history, civilization of each of these tribes that we claim to one past one, the Fulani, the Hausa, the Yoruba, the Bibio. He did a very good job by analyzing in that book. It's called The Fatherless People. He has it in all form. Again, that's why we day here. They allow Vin from Ghana, they call raw mouth. Ghana is at peace today because they don't have anything to offer the Western world. What is happening in Togo? If they get the half of resources where we get, they will never know peace. That's a fact. They understand. So when they ask, after they don't answer who Rogers be, they take off. How can you say yes? I don't kill anybody. They don't ask whether you kill any Nigeria or not. They only ask you, do you know Sergeant Rogers? They are of the same school, not the same person carry them, both train there. The same training they get, the same work where Rogers do, they do. They know all this thing. Roger. Papa, John Abba will give me weakness. I go by school for Borno State. Roger's father, his name is Bazwa, what they call him. He was the former president of CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, in that area where I come from. I did very close to him based on one of my friends. And when I met that old man, I was young then, but when they go in, I think they tell us, he was always telling us about Rogers. Who Rogers didn't get some for military, they're proud of. Now, when I don't come out from Meduguri, all these Roger, this thing they happen, they arrest, and I can't read down for. That's when I read it in the newspaper. I said, oh, this is the son this man was telling us about. So Vic can come here and talk as much as he wants. Now, lie, not be everybody ain't go feel boo-boo. We know history, we they read up to today. So we should try, as I said, in an age of information, ignorance is a choice. You understand? They say deliberate, and that it was deliberate to take that part out of our school curriculum. If you actually want to understand the politics of Nigeria, when Nigeria is today, don't go back to American history. We copy them from them. Not the way they happen for Nigeria now. The American has not gone through before. The corruption, the killing, everything. Again, the quota system, where we take them from? What is the difference between quota system and affirmative action in America? It's the same. So we can do all these things. Nothing, just like White Labor said before, not the way they happen now, when never happened before. Everything is right there. People the election where they come, so we're going to enter second round. I said it before. It don't happen before, but it has the potential to set our straight. But the biggest problem is that we the Southern we believe say, oh, now we did civilization, but no, even the Western civilization that we're running after is going down. Somebody say, oh, Pongosu go turn my village to Alimajiri. I prefer my village to turn to Alimajiri village than to turn to genderless village, because that is what is coming for us.
All right.
On that note, on
All right.
politics.
Thank you, Ovie.
Ovie, clever.
Forefathers.
Okay, are you serious right now?
In that one.
All right, bye now. Rudolph, bye.
Okay, bye. Forefathers, what keeps you up at night?
Thank you. I think national unity basically is what keeps me up at night, and we need to be discouraging, toxic aspects of the society, especially the toxic aspects of tribalism. Tribalism, there's nothing wrong with having, being proud of your tribe. We all have multiple identities, and I don't see why you cannot be proud of your tribe and be proud of being part of Nigeria, Africa as a black person. And we have to get out of this mindset where we just see all these tribal things as a way of dividing ourselves. Then there is also the aspect of when Ali, I think, Abubakar said something about they're not listening to BBC Hausa. Personally, I consider it a security threat. I don't understand how we can allow a foreign news channel, the half of the country consuming that channel constantly. And our threat assessment is really faulty. And how do we allow? It's like you having people that you don't know educate your children and pouring words into your children's ears all the time. This is what is happening to the North. And that is something that we need to redress. And this is our conversation. As a matter of fact, we should be having 1,000 of Dr. Damages. We should be having this conversation where we are talking to them directly. They are not far from us. They are right there. They've been there for thousands of years. And it's something that we have to keep in mind. The imbalance in educational achievement and maybe progress is also, for me, a security challenge. And that's part of why we never even got our independence early. And it also led to the Civil War. This idea where some Northerners will be talking and some Southerners will just be looking at them and see the YouTube is smelling, we really need to stop it. We really need to stop it. This is not going to get us anywhere. I saw the way, I understand some of the revulsions some of these people in the South have when they see Northerners, but you can't keep doing these things. Our forefathers have made the same mistakes. It never got us anywhere. You can do that all you want. It's not going to get you anywhere. You're just going to lose and lose and lose. And your children that you claim to love so much, you are causing them to lose too. And they're going to curse you for it. We have to somehow talk to each other. What Aliyu did here today was a honorable thing. He owned up to the things that they are doing. He even acknowledged that some of the things that they did religiously is political too. You rarely hear them acknowledge that. I've spoken to a lot of Muslims online. They will pretend as if there is no political dimension to religion.
Honestly,
this is the truth of the situation. These people are being encouraged to embrace this religion so that the religion will control them. And they have to acknowledge, the people in the North and the Fulanis, they have to acknowledge that there's a religious dimension to encouraging people to embrace a religion that is not of their forefathers. You are telling them to speak another man's language and admire the kind of things that they represent, not your own people. This is why outside people are even ashamed of themselves. They are willing to say, oh, Fulanis look better than them. What kind of world are we living in? What kind of nation are we living in? They are not proud of their own blood.
Identity.
You know the kind of cost you are heaping on yourself. Your own mother's blood that gave you life, the land that you are from, you are giving credit to other people. We give our power to other people. Just like our people give our power to our presidents. Every time we call our president the father, he's our employee. We keep talking about, we know what the definition of democracy means, but we still call him our father. He's not our father, he's our employees. They are meant to do our bidding. We need to be talking to each other a little bit more and act with common sense. There's this thing I noticed where we have intellectual knowledge of stuff, but we don't translate that to the way we make our judgment and act. I don't understand it. Everybody knows divided people are defeated people, and we keep doing it. Man, that's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you so much, forefathers. CM, what keeps you up at night?
Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I've done. Thank you. Actually, there's something I needed to say earlier, but I think I use this period to put it in regarding Nnamdi Kanu. When the news that the United Nations (UN) is asking Nigeria to release him unconditionally. The reason being that since the last year, all this Rigmalo trial, they reissue the world want to see Nnamdi Kanu tried for. Nigerian government is not putting it on the charge sheet. And what is that? Nnamdi Kanu said before the war that the man in Aso Rock is not Buhari, that Buhari died on 17th January 2017. It's a very grievous allegation. That should have been the number one thing on the charge, such that Nnamdi Kanu will be asked to prove it. Nnamdi Kanu told BBC here in the UK that if he's throwing a challenge, if they can tell him that that man is not from Sudan, who later left, then the man from Niger now came to change him, that Buhari died and was buried in Saudi Arabia. There's evidence. So because they are not charging him for that, UN knows that all these are rigmarole. You put a charge of a 15 count charge. When Ozekome comes, they will argue they remove 8, it's now 7. Ozekome will say those 7 are wobbling feet. Tomorrow, when they want to put it again, they say something happened in our mama. It was then now they kind of instructed ESN. Then they make it 80 again. Ozekome will say, but you gave me this 10 o'clock yesterday. When I have to appear in the court today, what time do I have to prepare for it? They will argue since June, and the court is your court. The judge you are the owner of the judge. You pay the judge. The court is in your own court, and yet you are still afraid of it. Nigeria called prospered that IPOB as terrorist organization 2017. Now they cannot put appeal in Nigeria, and the world know. Yet you are still till there. You don't have that appeal. Remember, it is in your own court, so they know that. Or that's why they are saying, leave the chap, let him go. And then again, according to Law Tennyson, for those that are lawyers, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. It will surely fall. How then do you, or like El Capone said in Chicago in those days, you cannot collect a legal tax from an illegal business. So you cannot go and rendition on Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya and then start to try him for justice. Where does it happen? So for those that are thinking that Nigeria is a nation that has arrived, all we need to do is now to build it and forget about it. They are just daydreaming. Until we answer the question Bola Ige, true, and Bola Ige is dead now, since 1989. He said Nigerians must sit down one day and ask themselves, do we really want to be together? If the answer is yes, how? That how means constitution. If we don't want to be together, those that doesn't want should go. Those that want should go. Then this thing will stop. All this idea that British put us together and left in 1960, then everybody feel that we have arrived. Then we can then come. Abubakar, before you go, what I want you to think about is, when you keep saying people from Zamfara, maybe because they're educationally disadvantaged, these people are more brilliant than them. Why must you punish? Will I be punished if you are disabled? Why must I be punished because of your disadvantage? Why must somebody score 120 from Anambra State, a very high score out of 200? You deny him admission. You want him to get 139. Then somebody who scored 7 should get in. Why must you punish that person, knowing that education is the best gift you can give to your child? Some of us are talking here because of the power of education. So what are we really talking about? You can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. Nigeria as a nation is yet to come into being. It's only when it comes into being, you now talk of how do you build. You don't just assume and sweep everything over the carpet and start preaching. We should forget about tribalism and move on. We are not moving on anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CM. Abubakar, what keeps you up at night? Okay.
Yes. Can I?
Yeah, go ahead. If you are not speaking, please mute yourself. Okay. 1 minute. Sorry, Abubakar. Try to make it 1 minute.
Okay. What kept me up at night is the fact that we whitewash history and then always blame the other person for our woes. We are always clean, and it is the other person that is the problem. It is the North that is the problem. Not our governors. We will not hold them responsible, but it is the North. It is the Hausas that are the problem. It is the Fulanis that are the problem, not Igbos, not Yorubas. It is the Muslims that are the problem, not Christian, not me in particular. It is not me that is the problem. It is the second person. It is the other person that is responsible for my poor condition. If the fact that we no longer take responsibility for our actions, for our sins, the fact that we no longer accept our errors, the fact that we find time to defend our groups, the political class, the fact that we are educationally backward. And somebody is saying, how could you allow a foreign agency to influence your people, like the BBC Hausa? Well, then it's all over the world. You are influenced by what BBC, Al Jazeera, VOA is saying. If it is controlled, then it means they are the one moulding your own opinion, and you have no other source of information. Everybody knows if they control it, they can say whatever they want and then deny you the information that you need. Just like the British, if they write our history, surely they can justify colonizing us. They are not going to say actually what we did is wrong and acknowledge this. Most of the time they try in such a way and to whitewash it. The most important, the best, the worst thing that kept me up at night is religious fundamentalism in my area, where people are ready to do whatever in the name of God. And the fact that I see young adults, a teeming population that are not educated, unemployable, fanatical, and always on drugs. This keeps me at night. Small children cannot have access to education. They do not have access to anything. All they see and learn is from the crook politicians that, yes, when we get our chance, we are wiser, we have this much information, we are going to do worse. We are just going to cut the biggest cake out of it. And then another thing that I always ring in my head is that religion and politics make intellectual people do and say stupid things and defend those things. You'll see an intellectual person, when it comes to religion, you just start talking about stupid things imaginable. And then politics also, very intellectual person, if he's defending his boss, you will find a way of justifying the atrocities of his boss in the name of party or the name of religion. These things pick me up. When are we finally going to get rid of all of those things? This really pick me up.
All right, thank you so much. Adewale, you came in late, and I know that most people, the only thing I'm respecting is that most people have been trying to join us. So I'll give you 1 minute to say what keeps you up at night. 1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I appreciate it. I've been watching the show from the beginning, but just every time I try to come in, it's always full. What keeps me up at night is that during the last two elections, the Nigeria police deployed, I think, in Osun, like 21,000 police officers, and in Ekiti it was lesser than that. And we have if I guess right, like over 200,000 policemen in Nigeria. So we're talking about 36 states. So I don't know how this. Look at the up north, especially in the Borno. I don't know how they'll be able to. Election is going to take place in those areas. So that is part of what is keeping me up at night, especially thinking of what is going to happen next year. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good point. If you look at it, 20,000 times 36, so we need about 700 and something thousand police officers. All right. Okija, what keeps you up at night? Less than 1 minute, please.
720,000.
Okay. So that's a lot. Okija, what keeps you up at night?
Oh, sorry, I think I was muted.
Peter Obi
I don't know. I mistakenly, I posted a Nigerian economic situation that for every 100 naira Nigeria, $100 Nigeria makes, Nigeria is using 98 naira to pay its debt. And I posted it on social media, and people, Nigerians, they were crazy. They were, asking me questions, and I just found out that that figure is incorrect. That actually right now they're borrowing 19 naira, they're using 100 naira, and then borrow another 20 naira to add it to pay to service debt. Yeah. So so soon they're gonna they will not be able to pay salary. The MDAs they're not gonna be getting enough money. They're not gonna getting money or not enough money. and the economic situation is exacerbating. And I don't know because I talked to some of my cousins who are businessmen in Nigeria, and they are so scared. People, they have some of them, they are well to do, but they are so scared, and people who are poor, they are so scared. So I don't know what is going to happen there before December. But because I'm looking at it before December, the dollar will reach up to 800 naira, 1,000 naira, and it's gonna be like hell there. So I don't know. That's right now. That's what keeps me up at night.
All right, thank you. And finally, Ralph, what keeps you up at night?
Well, everyone listening, don't forget to like this video and share with your friends. As usual, if you've met me before on this show, nothing keeps me up at night. I like my sleep, so I try to sleep because it's good for my health. Not all of us here are intellectuals. I don't believe that, and our talk here always proves that. I appreciate Abubakar Aliu for his candid lecture, and yeah, many of us, we don't know how to listen. We just miss all the little details in everything we hear. Atiku's interview is proof of that. We watched an interview. Some people just got mad within 1 minute and went away with everything. One correction from my brother CM. Atiku actually said in his own words that there was a committee and they gave him 3 choices, and Wike was one of the choices. That's how he fact-checked what Governor Otom said. Those were Atiku's words. So that's why I say we need to be careful. We are in an age where there's so many chaos agents. We had somebody on Wednesday saying the South needs to have numbers, overtake the North. We need to harm our women, polygamy, all that nonsense. And then today it's all about unity. I don't know, man. We had different things every day. Now we need to hold Boris accountable, Trump accountable, but he's a Vladimir Putin guy at the same time. So I don't know if we are holding that one accountable. Most of us were like Ghana. Ghana doesn't count. Ghana is a small country. I always say you need to look outside your country. The solution is around you. But if you want to only look at big countries, that's fine. But whichever way you want to go, it's up to you. Chile just passed a constitution. They had a constitutional body. They voted for a constitutional assembly made up of 154 people, none of them attached to a political, 154 individuals made up of equal men and women. I know many of you on this panel don't like women. Based on what you say, it's obvious. And none of them attached to a political party. They just voted, and those people designed a new constitution, and that's going to be put to the country. The whole country will decide. It's a brand new constitution. It's not the one designed by Augusto Pinochet, the dictator who was very brutal to the country of Chile. Now, if you go by population, Nigeria is bigger than Chile. But what many of us want, does it not sound like what Chile just did? We all come out and say, Ghana. The question I asked Vinny, there's something in there, but many of you didn't pay attention to that. I asked for Western Togoland. If you check Senegal, there's a part of Senegal that wants to break out of Senegal. They said it was France that put them there. Many of you don't pay attention to the rest of Africa. There's so many places that are always trying to break out. Not all of them are fighting like Ambazonia. Is it Ambazonia in Cameroon that's trying to break out? We all just assume Nigeria supremacy. Nigeria must be giant of Africa. Nigeria superior. So you start thinking that the solution must only be Nigeria. No, the solution can be across the border. You can look at the mistakes Mali made by returning back to military. The guy brings Russia mercenaries that killed 300 Malians. Nobody can talk about it because you bring people who just literally shoot your civilians, and you can't talk. But somebody here will say we need to be strong like the way the Russians are. Okay, bring them in. You need to learn. The mistakes are there. The actions are there. If you want to do the American system, do it right. If you want to do the wrong way, you can copy the American system and copy only the wrong part of it, like many of you are doing. You can copy the right part. In that same interview, Atiku actually said when he was growing up, Nigeria had local police. In his hometown, there were only 3 policemen and there was no crime. The man said some things. I'm not an Atiku guy. I'm Peter Obi. But there were people in the comment section saying, I'm obedient. Atiku actually made sense. So, hey, good luck with you, but I'm staying with Peter Obi. just don't fall into the trap of chaos agents. There's so much misinformation that hit us in 2015. You all are repeating the same thing all over again. And hey, you will get the result in 2023. So stick to your truth. Abubakar, thank you again. I appreciate you, and I hope you bring more people like that. Some things you said, I can pick holes in it if I want to, because I know Nigerian history, but I appreciate you, and we need more people like you coming here. Thank you. I'm White Label American. See you all next time.
All right. Thank you, everybody. John Abba, thank you for joining us. Kaide, thank you so much. Ralph, I appreciate you. Forefathers, I thank you. CM, I thank you. Okija, I thank you. Dewale, thank you. Ovie, thank you. And Zach, thank you so much. Tomorrow, we have Okendibe on 90 Minutes Africa. If you can join us at 11:30 a.m. New York and 4:30 p.m. Nigeria. All right.
Yeah, sorry, Dr. Damages, I'm sorry, I forgot. Last week I said something about for us to help to expand, the discussion so that we have more people in the room at the same time. So, like I said, if you want to, please contribute, go to Patreon and contribute to what Dr. Damages is doing. And if you $5, it's I think the next level is about $24.95 or so. So just 1 month. So if one person can food that for 1 month, every month another person, just to expand, have more people, so that we don't have to go out and come back again to talk. So if you have like about 20 people or 24 people, I think the room will be more fun.
All right.
Yes, show your support.
All right, thank you.
It makes it good.
Okija, let's go back to the back room. We need to talk about Israel.
Yeah, let me say this before we go, sir. I have my new project that I'm running now, and I believe we are one in the house. This platform has connected us together as like minds. And if we have something, I think we can share it. So I'm also a media person, and I'm running a magazine, which my Oga, Dr. Damages, knows about. So I want to crave the indulgence of the members of the platform to join me or to follow me on Instagram. So I just put it on the chat box.
Okay, good, very good.
Yeah. So
you can follow Kayode and support his magazine. Everybody. Thank you so much. And we have after show. If you want to hang around and talk to people who are here, you can do so.
I need to talk to Okija.
All right. Thank you, everybody.